So I tried to decide what the hell I'm going to do about the fact that, there's a fairly large rule set here. It's fairly complicated, and just reading through it isn't going to work very well. However, there are parts that I missed or things that I have to dive into more detail in. When I did that kind of high-level rules overview from what I know still, there are some key aspects, things like the papal curia and stuff like that, that really do need, some understanding of and probably some discussion. One thing I wanted to start with was the quality of the rules themselves. For a Euro-style rulebook, it's excellent. It really is. Whether or not that's sufficient, it's so hard to tell. I had such a damn hard time, getting an idea of what the game was going to be about. But I got to tell you, under a traditional rule set, like the original Europa Universalis had, or the first few CDGs I started facing and whatnot, I had a lot of trouble understanding what the game was going to be about as well. How it was going to work. So I think they've actually done a fair job of imparting that sort of idea of what's going on. It's not a pure Euro rulebook, right? A pure Euro rulebook wouldn't talk to you about, historical aspects and I don't know. It gives a little bit more information than than your traditional Euro style rulebook does, but it has that feel. And one of the things that really killed me was the large set of icons running through it, and then also, there's a fair number of these game concepts that you have to understand what the term means. Some of them are easy, things like ducats and whatnot, but some of them are kind of difficult to capture, especially when they're referred to throughout the rules with only an icon instead of a word. Words remind me of things a little bit more, but when I see something like weep, I mean, that's kind of how I pronounce it. I don't know what the fuck it is, but then when I look it up, I start to get it, and actually playing for a little while definitely helped nail down, hey, what is this about? Now, I've got my addiction running downstairs, and I think it can run for about, I don't know, for a little while on its own before I have to go down and get back to play. Another thing, kind of more personal, fitting in, obviously, I mean, my life is just totally fucked now, but I tried this newer set of glasses. It's exactly the same as my last set, except there's a tiny change in the prescription for my old age side of my eyes. I didn't think it would make a big difference. It actually really has. So a lot of times when I'm complaining about, not being able to read something, I think had I brought these glasses up, right now they're only going to be used for gaming, because honestly, I don't need them for most things. Reading and whatnot I can do fine. It's just that very worst category of vision is problematic for me. So let me start skimming through here and trying to catch things that are necessary. It also gives you a view of how the rulebook is laid out that you don't normally, that you haven't been able to maybe get as much. To show you just how Euro-like this rulebook looks. But the fact that it follows a nice sequence of play gives you that all right up bat with limited versions of the rules. And then a follow-up that tells you the more detailed information. That's important. I think that's a big point in what we're looking at here. I think I covered everything in there as much as I could. We talked about the difference of generic actions, and we went through most of the actions We didn't talk about changing state religion at all. So starting with age 2, this allows a realm to change its state religion from Catholic to Protestant, or vice versa. The action has no monarch power cost, but you face consequences. You lose two prestige and a stability. Like I said, I thought it would be just penalties. You lose royal marriage, 1 royal marriage, and 5 influences from areas belonging to the religion that you're abandoning. You place the removed influences, though, into areas with your new faith. And you gain unrest in each of your areas of the religion that you abandoned. Just 1 in each, and then you roll rebel dice for those areas to see how the conversion works. Not a very high cost, honestly. Alternatively, if there's at least 1 counter-reform token on the board, Catholic PRs may pay 3 administration to become counter-reformation Catholics and place that token in their capital area without suffering any of the consequences listed above. What's the advantage of counter-reformation? We'll see when we get to the religion side of things. You know, we're just taking a look at different actions that I kind of missed and didn't go into. I didn't go into the details of call to arms. Okay. I think I may have gone into enough about them. You can only call non-player realms if they're at peace and adjacent to either your realm or the new enemy. You mark them by flipping their alliance over to a flaming alliance, and then you get additional available manpower equal to half the tax value of that NPR ally. Now, when they leave the war, that manpower goes away. It's not like, you know. And you also gain a military cube if the NPR ally is actually adjacent to the new enemy. Some of the activations have a reaction. Those can be played at different times than within your turn. Cut ties. You return any number of your cubes or claims from the board to your supply and/or end any number of alliances. If you end an alliance, you'll suffer penalties under ending an alliance section. You kind of need to do this because both cubes and claims are a limited resource. Now, cubes are a really strange resource because they're limited and cover a whole bunch of different aspects of the game, some of which don't necessarily seem related, but I think you could make a hand-waving argument as to, you know, why the power that you've accumulated to do things during a turn, the influence you have diplomatically and over in the Curia, and things that you've lost already, you know, all of these things get cubes on them. But yeah, cubes are a numerically constrained element. And that's something kind of important. So there's a couple of things that are really a big deal in terms of the quantity there are in the game. And, you know, cubes are easy to lose from games, so, and then hard to identify what you've got. You know, if you do drop it on the floor, there are a lot of games that use these nondescript little cubes, so making them a limited resource is a little disturbing in that sense. Okay. Let's keep going, make sure we see things. Converting an area. If you convert an area of the state religion to your state religion, if you own all the provinces in the area, or if you own at least one of the provinces and all the remaining ones are owned by realms of the same religion as yours, you place the religion token on the area's religion slot. Like places like this, which are kind of hard to see, even with my glasses. But and you add a unrest to one of your affected towns in that area and roll a rebel die immediately. Actually, they rolled rebel dice for all your unrest in those areas that you converted. Now, this says convert area, and this says of a given area. But later there's in the affected areas. That's one of the few ambiguities I've seen. I would think you could only convert one area, and that's the intention, but that last line kind of makes me worry that, maybe they intended it the other way. Colonize. 4 admin and some colonists take a colonize action. You spend both. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's 4 admin or cubes from the colonist side of things, and you get a claim on a vacant territory with a small town. This colonial claim must be connected to your capital area through a continuous chain of intermediate areas and sea zones to your town location and or ships. The way that's worded, it sounds like you can colonize stuff on the main board this way. I don't think that's the intention at all. There's already mechanisms for generating claims out there, but they use different resources, so I don't know. You could make arguments that there were such colonial aspects going on throughout the period. You can think of things like the Sudetenland, which I think it was during the era of this game that Germanic populations started moving into there due to Germanic rule over what had been a more Slavic kingdom of Bohemia. I don't know. I doubt that I'll think of trying that. Doesn't appear to be outlawed, but the claim is a different sort of thing. A claim. Okay. By my understanding, this is important, and this is why I have to look things up regularly. My understanding is that a claim is on an area. And we look here, we don't have that. Over here, it just gives the symbol. Important terms might say it does not. Okay, so then we go to the next step of trying to figure out what's going to happen. This could be dangerous because they're mentioned all over the rules. We look for claim. LMNO. There it is, 3, 15, 22, 25, 26, 43. We're looking at the later end of things because so far I don't think I'm getting it in the early end. 22 is going to be the casus belli of a claim. 25 had claims in it, I think. Jesus. Okay. 22, 25, 26, and 45. I'm assuming, okay, I don't know where this is coming in. I'm looking for the symbol over here on page 25. I see it here. Military access is not available in neutral areas in which you have a claim. This is one of the advantages of the iconography, is that when you're looking things up, it's real easy to see. Some of them may look a little bit the same. Yeah, this has to do with movement through claims. Vacant territories. Yeah, claims appear to be tied to areas. We're at 25. This is just 43 has a possibility. This is going to be like victory or something, I think. I don't know if we're going to have what we want. It's probably somewhere. Fabricate claims is what we want. Okay, 15. That tells you how you deploy them. And that's right here where I was. This is a covert. Place 1 to place claims in areas adjacent to your realm. Okay, so this whole tangent was generated because I found something that indicated claims are placed on towns by the colonize action. Now, again, I think this is related simply to the off-European, the rest of the world parts of the map. And this adds some credence to that in the sense that if you place a claim on the European map, it's placed in an area. There aren't really areas in the rest of the world map. There are individual locations, provinces. So that makes some sense. Diplomatic actions. One of the tricky things is what the value of these cubes is. It's never made clear in the rules, right? There are things here and there where maybe you can expend cubes for it, but a lot of them bake into some of the event cards and some of the action cards. And that makes it more difficult to understand how big a deal it is to place things. Another thing you're going to find while you're playing, and yeah, we're not just going through the rules here, we're looking at some of my experience from playing it once, is that, you have a bunch of cubes. You can keep spending your cubes and doing stuff that you're not sure what the value is, and it feels kind of like, you may be wasting something by not spending them, but unless your cubes are running low, it's a perfectly valid action to hold your cubes between turns. They're not a limit that, they're not limited between turns, so you can accumulate them, which is kind of weird. That's one of the odder things that I see about the game, is this accumulation of points. Now, the computer game may allow something like that now. I don't know. Forge Alliance. Yeah, you're trying to get an alliance token. That does an immediate thing, which is, it allows you to, it does something that's very clear, which allows you to call to arms. But an alliance may also, again, allow you certain advantages. Now, an alliance, I don't know if it's marked here. I think it's royal marriage. I think a royal marriage counts as a cube, which is kind of a weird thing. That's indicated on some cards. It may also be in the rules. Fabricating claims. This is a goal to get yourself probably a casus belli generator. And again, you can do this, this covert action. You pay peace, diplomacy, to place one in areas adjacent to your realm. Gives you a conquest CB against realms that own any provinces in that area. You cannot place them in areas in which you have or own all your, you can't have them either. You must be at peace to fabricate claims. If you fabricate claims in a distant area, it must be adjacent to your realm by land and contains an NPR province, a vassal, or a town. Any of those things will work. Okay. I kind of went into some of the specifics of trade. I didn't go into everything. We're going to get more into that later, the calculation of the value of a trade. But one of the key things is when you draw your 3 cards, and I did mention this, if you don't like any of them or don't want to trigger any of them, you can just take 2 ducats, and it doesn't expend a merchant and it doesn't really do anything. Otherwise, though, you get to move your ships around. Well, you get to move a ship around to support that trade. You get to move a merchant into place to support that trade, and then you count up the value of the trading, which we'll talk about later. That valuation, you're not the only one who collects trade when you fire a trade element off. So if other people are eligible for trade there, they get points as well. Covert actions. These actions target other realms for devious purposes. They can be countered by the counter espionage card, and these are the covert actions that are built into sort of the base set of things. There are also covert action cards which have that listed on them. I think I should be pausing now. We gotta have something to mark locations. Now, it's kind of weird to use my tweezers for that, but they're always around and they don't leave an ink mark or anything like that. They just tend to be a good idea for that. And we'll get to military actions later. I just wanted to jump up here and get a little bit done while I could auto run some stuff. And I think I'm done with that. Right, here we are back. Unfortunately, my addiction eats up so much damn time. But on the bright side, I managed to not win, but come in second in the event that I wanted to. And second was the necessary thing I wanted. I had no chance of winning it. One more thing before I dig into the rules again. If you remember, I had discovered, hey, I didn't put this in, that's a historical, what's up with that? You know, I went through a certain rigorous attempt to get some randomness into the events. I'm going to leave it alone because I would have to dig through this deck, pull out the 14A, or the 14A3 is its number. Now, that 3 indicates that it is a potential optional replacement for one of the others. And I left that one in, and there may be another case that's similar in the deck as well. These are viable and plausible events, and they're going to change the focus of the game a little bit. In this case, Hungary is going to be less in play than something else. I don't know what that something else is. I like that kind of play. Somebody was bringing up, if Burgundian this comes up, you have to have this to have it work and everything. I don't want to play that way, right? It's one of the things that I feel about event-driven games is that some of the events should be surprises. And, the first few times I played EU, the original board game, I played without a knowledge of what most of the events are. Now, I have a historical knowledge of what's going on. I know things like the Kingdom of Burgundy is important, and that, a royal marriage there is probably of some value. What I found, though, is sometimes games elude your expectations in such ways. When I played the first scenario for this, France, and Spain for that matter, had things that they were trying to set up to take advantage of. Spain trying to take advantage of the Aragonese to try to incorporate them through royal marriage, whatever. France trying to do the same in Provence. It didn't end up working because that particular scenario, although it came slated with missions which, indicate that's what you want to do. The Spaniards want to own Aragon. Castile wants to own Aragon or integrate it. And France wants to integrate, their nobility in a way that required them to obtain Provence, I think Avignon, but I'm not sure about that. But they wanted Provence because they need Anjou. Now, they could have gone to war with their ally, Provence. It starts out as such. I wouldn't even think of that. What was missing? Certain cards in the diplomacy deck that are withdrawn from that scenario. But, it's just the way the way that scenario is designed, it leads you to expect to be able to do things that happened historically, maybe not in quite this time period, but whatever, quite the time period of the scenario, in terms of the integration of Aragon in particular. How far, what the game represents there is up for debate, is basically the issue there. But, it's quite possible to run into a situation where the game defies your expectations from history, but an absolute knowledge of what the event deck is would allow you to know, along with all the rules and all the mechanisms of play. Now, I'm not going to know any of this, right? I'm going to have enough trouble dealing with the core mechanisms, but I didn't realize that the particular action cards that I needed to affect what my goals were, and they were goals that the scenario kind of set up, were actually impossible. I think that first scenario has a problem for that. Okay, let's, let me light my pipe again, and let's get started with these guys. One more thing. Let me give you the story behind the glasses. So I'm currently wearing my old ones, and I think I'll be fine for this. But the reason that I don't constantly wear my best glasses, these older ones have gotten scratched up, through just normal wearing. And also I wear them dancing, where sometimes they fly off my face and get damaged, etc. So obviously I wouldn't wear the new ones dancing, but just, setting the glasses aside when I go to sleep, I've never been the kind of person who can put them in a little case whenever I'm not wearing them or whatever. I was fine with that when I was wearing contacts most of the time. But when I do wear my glasses, they just go on the bed, on the book next to my bed. I don't have a bed, but that's a different story. All right, let me get the pipe lit, see if I can keep it lit for a minute or two while I start dealing with the military actions. I looked over some of the comments on BGG about the game. They're kind of interesting. Most of the people, like with anything, just super high ratings and not a lot to say about the game, to tell you the truth. You get the feeling they haven't played it, but they really want to, and because BGG does their ratings based on that, that's what it comes out. But there's a few people who are just like, obviously didn't realize what they were getting into, Whereas I'm kind of looking at it and saying, it's significantly lighter than the original, at least in some ways, and I'm seeing that as a positive. It's not going to be the same scope, but anyway. All right. There's certain restrictions on who you can declare war on. Let's look at those there. So you can't declare war on someone who's currently an ally, but remember, you can break your ties and break your alliance as a free action or as a minor action. You can't declare war on a realm with whom you have a truce. You can't declare war on a player realm that's passed. This is sort of the trickiest of them. It's really a gamey situation. So if somebody has moved, and I may have gone over this, if somebody has moved their disk over into the past section, you can no longer declare war on them. Now, you have a warning. They have to do an event first. If they haven't done an event first, you're safe fiddling around and doing your own little thing and preparing for the war. But in the scenario I was playing, I got in a position where as soon as the English took their event, the French had to declare war, even if they weren't really prepared for it. Your enemy can pass after you declare war on them, and then you can just beat on them. They can't react. And again, it's a weirdness because the idea of passing, there are other ways this can be done, but obviously you'd have to be able to react to a war being declared on you. So it might allow you to pull out a passing, but that would be weird. That would have to be done in different ways. On an NPR ally of a player realm with whom you have a truce or has passed, on an Holy Roman Empire member at peace with the Emperor, if the Emperor is your ally, has a truce with you, or has passed, because in these cases they will be called in. You are allowed to be in a position where you're stuck choosing between allies. On distant realms that you haven't discovered yet, and when your realm is in an interregnum, in which case, and yeah, I know I pronounce it different. I pronounce it differently each time. The idea there being you've got enough problems, without a real rulership, that you're not going to seek more. And, okay. Let me spell out some of this stuff here again. Okay, you pay the action cost, the 1 cube. You determine whichever realms you want to target, and you put a war token, which is one of these little triangles. You're going to lose stability if you don't have a casus belli, and or if you have a royal marriage with the realm. This side up, the flamey side up, is that it's a disputed succession that you have a marriage in, which actually I believe gives you a casus belli. Then you're allowed to call to arms. First, the attacker gets to do so, and they can call on any and all of their allies, that can respond. And if you attack the HRE, the Emperor may get a defensive call to arms and is allowed to defend the Empire. Then any targeted MPRs will send a defensive call to arms to their allies, and targeted player realms have the choice to do so. I think bots always will. Targeted player realms and player realms accepting any defensive CTAs from NPRs. What are they saying there? Targeted PRs and PRs accepting any defensive CTAs gain a military token. So yeah, if you're being attacked or if you agree to come in on a call to arms by a non-player realm, you get an extra military cube to help you engage in the war. It's not a lot. It's not going to do much. That declaring war is one, but so is like moving a unit. So you need a fair amount of military cubes to conduct a war, perhaps. You saw them done on the cheap, but then any influence you have in target realms areas will be removed. And I think that includes, even if there's other people in that realm, you no longer have any influence. You're at war with their neighbor, and they're shaky about that. If any ships on either side of the war are located in hostile sea zones, a naval battle will take place. Now, here's an interesting thing. There's this double asterisk here. This shows up a number of places later in this rules section. It all refers back to here, which is no battle is triggered with an NPR if there were units and ships hostile to that NPR present in that area sea zone prior to the current turn. I'm not sure how that can happen. I know that rule has to be there for a reason. I'm just not at all certain that that is a feasible situation. But it led me to a lot of confusion trying to parse out what that even meant. It's not that the new hostiles were there before, because that's the triggering event in this case. It's that someone else was already there in a hostile position to them. Again, I don't know how that can happen. Maybe there's something in the retreat rules or something else that allows this to happen, but in general, I think there can only be one force of each hostile, of each mutually hostile thing in a certain space. But there's got to be an exception. I don't know what it is. And then the same thing happens with land units, essentially. If no battles were triggered, however, you get a free either activate units or recruit units that you paid for with your declaration of war. Activating units there's two different types of activations, land and naval. If you take a land activation, either one can include a naval transport. If you take a land activation, you can do land movement, which basically allows you to move 2 spaces. You have to stop if you enter a hostile or neutral area. And to enter a neutral area, you have to get military access. If you enter
an enemy space, battle takes place immediately. And again, this 2-star is again there, as if hostile forces can exist together. Instead of land movement, you may choose siege, and if you pick an area that has hostile provinces, you can activate units to siege instead of moving. The military cost pays for a single unit to siege, and then you have to pay additional military cubes if you want additional units to siege. For the most part, 1 infantry will take a small town. 2 infantry will take a large town. Artillery kind of count double, so they could take out 2 small towns or 1 large by themselves. Cavalry count half. And you have to pay cubes for each siege you want to undertake. But basically, you can take an entire area out with 1 use of this action. It'll just cost you more cubes. For naval activation, there's 2 options. You choose a destination, a sea zone or friendly port, and move any number of ships within range to that destination. Again, ships move 2 spaces. You can choose a hostile destination sea zone, in which case a naval battle will take place, and again, unless somebody's already there. Which to me means if there's already hostiles there, there can be hostiles there forever until the area is cleared of them. It just feels really weird to me, but you can also undock, which is move any number of your ships from ports into adjacent non-hostile sea zones. This is weird. Basically, it's all your ships can leave port at once. Naval transport. Okay. Land units during land unit movement can cross any number of sea zones via an existing bridge of friendly ships. And there's a limit. I think it's basically two combat units for every ship, but I'm not sure. We'll worry about that as we come to it. I'm not going to worry about having to look everything up. They just cross the sea when they do a land activation to do this. On the other hand, following a naval unit and after any naval battles, a number of land units can be transported via such a bridge of ships as long as they pass through the destination sea zone from the ships that moved. Each ship in a naval bridge enables up to 3 land units to cross the sea zone that the ship is in. So this is how the computer game works. You put ships, you set your ships up in sort of a line, and you transport your units by walking across the ships. The old board game worked much more realistically, which is you put your troops aboard ships. You had to have transports and stuff. Everything was distinguished differently. Much more complicated overall. And then the ship sailed. You might take attrition by sailing through areas, even known areas. You might take attrition. Exploration is riskier in the board game, but anyway, much more abstracted setup here, but okay. When entering any of the distant continents, movement always ends in the first space that you enter. I assume that's not the case with naval transport. What I think they mean is, if I move a ship in there, I can't keep moving, even if I've discovered the territory. And if I move, a land unit from here, I have to stop with whatever I'm entering here. And I'm not quite sure how these hook up, but to tell you the truth, I don't need to know. Russia's not in this game, and they can't be for the scenario that I'm playing, unfortunately. Oh, I bet you that's what Scenarios 2 is. The difference between Scenarios 1 and 2, Scenarios 2 uses the full board. So you're not going to see, Turkey and Poland and Russia in any of the scenarios that are in the base game. Again, I would strongly suggest going for the deluxe version if you're at all interested. Okay, recruiting units. I think I've already explained this. You pay a military cube, and then you buy troops. What I didn't explain is just how many forces you're able to create. That's based on how many towns you control in the area that you're trying to raise the troops and in adjacent areas. I actually do think I said that. Okay, let me take a break. Light a little closer. The action cards themselves, I think I tried to explain the different parts to this. Let's take a look at it. To play a card for its events, you have to pay, well, for its activity, whatever, you have to pay a cost of a monarch power cost, perhaps, which is of a particular color linked to either admin, dip, or military, and then possibly a money cost as well. Then you get to trigger the events. They may have an or in them, perhaps. They will have lots of icons in them. Down here, we have the portrait of either a leader, who can be a ruler or a military leader, or an advisor, who can only be put in one of the advisor slots across here. The advisor will provide you with certain bonuses. A leader, if they're made the ruler, they get these values. If they're appointed as a general, you have to pay this cost, which is in cubes. And then this is how many dice they add to any battle that they're used as a general in. If they're the ruler, you don't have to pay a cost to put them in. You have restrictions as to when you can put them in, but you can assign them, I believe, for free as a military leader in charge of an army, and then they add their additional dice. Most of the rulers, even shitty ones like Henry VI, will add a die. Females, not so much. For the advisors, they have a cost as well. You want to keep your discard piles arranged, like you can't fuck around with them, because there are some cards that allow you to pull like one of the top 5 cards off a discard pile or something like that. Different decks are defined. Some of the cards are display cards, which will have this eye on them. Those are cards which come with a number of cubes on them. Yeah, here's another use for cubes. So however many functions you have on that card, however many charges you have, you get a cube on it. And then you get to activate a certain ability by removing that cube. I don't know if you can sweep those cubes. I don't know if you can remove those cubes voluntarily. The only thing that I know you can remove cubes from is from the board. You know, it would seem to me that you should be able to discard cubes from anywhere that they could give you an advantage if, like, the influence markers are more important. But again, cubes are a limited commodity, and they're kind of cover a whole hell of a lot of stuff. You can only have 2 display cards and never 2 of the same card at any time. You have battle actions, which are these. Those can be played kind of as an interrupt during a battle. They might give you dice, they might give you other stuff. Reactions, they can generally be played as an interrupt at any time, for the most part. They may be limited by what they are. Getting a lot of glare. The diplomacy has certain ones that count as covert actions, which are vulnerable to the counter-espionage card. We also have the spy network, which can fire off covert actions. I think I've gone over most of this. I don't want to hit everything. If your ruler dies, you should try to replace them right away. If the discarded ruler is the emperor of the HRE, there's an imperial election. You may immediately replace a discarded ruler by taking the appoint advisor minor action as a reaction if you have an action card with a leader. If you can't or choose not to, you get a different leader, the interregnum, which is a 1/1/1, can't declare war, and is generally not a good thing. It has other problems too. You can't enter royal marriages. You can declare war on a disputed succession. PR that has no ruler in phase 3, step F. Peace and rebels. So after all the actions, if you still have an interregnum at that point, if you haven't solved your problem, and you may not have a ruler in your hand, but you may be able to find one. So there's another place you can find rulers, which is off of the event cards. The event cards, not all of them, some of them have a ruler on them. Some of those rulers, like this one, is based on a particular nation, and you can't make him a ruler of a different nation. But just, you know, to keep your eye open, even if you don't have a ruler sitting or a leader sitting in your hand, you may be able to trigger someone through an event. And in fact, those guys from the events, if you choose that event, you get that ruler, whether you want them or not. If someone else chooses that event, you're allowed, as the nation associated, I think they're always associated with the nation. As the nation associated with that event, you may accept that ruler. And I don't know if there's a cost, but basically your old ruler is discarded and you get the new one. There's only one copy of each ruler in the game. So if you don't take a particular ruler off an event, you're screwed out of that ruler. And that may be an issue. Let's take a look at the, we may lose someone. No, I was thinking the Black Army of Hungary might have come with a ruler. But I think these are all associated with a given nation. Like they're only in the deck if a certain player is there. Stability has a number of effects, but one of the big one is it impacts your income at the end of each turn. You can't go beyond a positive or -3. Economy. Nothing too exciting there that we haven't hit. We talked about loans and interest a little bit. I think these are 20. No, okay, so the set says use 1, 5, 10. I'm not doing that. I'm using 1, 5, 25. I think that's fine. There's no limit due to component quantity, so you could bring other, poker chips or whatever into play if you need to. I think the 1, 5, 25 is going to give me more. It's going to give me as many as I need. Bankruptcy. If you have 5 or more loans in your treasury and you can't pay a mandatory cost, you go bankrupt. You'll lose 3 stability, 5 prestige. You discard all your money and 3 of your loans from your treasury. You disband any mercenaries you have, all your advisors are fired, and you lose half of your, whatever the hell it is, power of each type of royal power that you have. Okay, core provinces. We haven't really talked about these. All provinces on the map that have a realm's flag on it are core provinces of that realm. This applies no matter who currently owns that province, but it's superseded by any. Okay, I think is a core province marker, but I don't know for sure. It is not a town, even though it kind of looks like one. No, it's a DNPR token. Okay, so where are we? As we read, it's superseded by any DNPR marker on the province, and the heart is a core placed on the area. So core tokens go on areas. That's important. A province which is a core province of its owner cannot be liberated to form or join another realm. Any rebellion assigned to a province which is not its owner's core province will cause it to join the realm whose core province it is. So this is something that happened in the game I played, which is that Bordeaux was captured by the French, taken over through the peace, but it is core English, and they didn't get a chance to get their core province marker, or their core area marker in play yet. So when it rebelled, it switched over to the English, with whom we had a truce. Well, with him we had just completed a war. I actually hadn't put a truce marker down. I don't know if one should have been there. I kind of feel like it should be, remembering things from both the computer game and the board game. Okay. To place a core token, a PR needs to own all the provinces in the target area and use the integrate area action on a development card. So this isn't an action you can pull from here. You have to pull it out of, I'm guessing, the administrative actions deck, most likely. Doing so displaces any blips or other blips that are already in the same area. A blip cannot be placed in an area where all provinces are already the player realm core provinces. Sometimes a blip can be placed via a mission reward. All provinces in an area where a player has placed a blip are considered core provinces of that PR and no other realm. So this is an important factor. If you have a core marker in an area, that entire area is your core and it is no longer whatever it used to be. Each blip in play counts as a blip in its area and is worth 1 prestige during final scoring. Now what is this? This I thought is a town. No, that's a claim. Okay, right? Okay, so we flip back here and look these up, and again, yeah, that's a claim token. So if you have a core, if a core territory has been taken, you essentially have the capability to declare war on somebody who goes in there. You don't have to get a claim. You have claims to all your cores. Ideas. These are new and to me, and I haven't seen them. I've seen them in the computer game, maybe, kind of, sort of. Let's take a look at them. There's a cost in the Monarch power. There's a bonus from getting the idea. The very basic ideas have a green background and frame, and this is kind of fucked up. It just shows a little shadow of green. They actually are very green. So you don't have to worry about seeing, trying to look for this tiny little green spot here. You get a certain amount of prestige for researching the idea. You get a bonus for researching the idea in addition to the effect. And then there's a label that states that this is a government form. I don't know what the fuck that matters for. There's different government forms that are tracked in it, and we'll hit them down here. So this is how technology is handled in this design and in the later computer designs. Technology is handled on a track in the old board game, and it was a really kind of arcane mechanism where other people just sort of progressed in tech automatically. They didn't have to research it or do anything to slip into later techs, and I think you have to here. These can be claimed by taking the research idea action, which is one of these. Okay, I don't know. It's a generic action, isn't it? Research an idea, yeah. So it doesn't use cubes, although Explorer is like a weird one. It is a diplomacy and military. And in a sense, this costs 5 admin, I believe. So it is an admin action to take this idea, but it would be a diplomacy action to take a diplomatic one. Okay. Some ideas have prerequisites that must be satisfied. Some will not be added to the idea deck until the game reaches a certain age. Upon researching an idea, a player scores their points. Okay. If they're the second or third player to get the idea, Any players that already researched that idea get another prestige each, but after 3 players have gotten the idea, the player who researches the idea is the only one who scores any prestige for getting it. So being the first person to reach the idea, you get a couple of prestige to begin with, marked here on every single one, and I guess it's the same value each. But in addition, you get additional points for everyone else. And that's not on the card, so that'll be hard to remember. Except that I'll be probably paging through the rule book each time that I run into an idea like a concept that I'm not really comfortable with until I do end up learning a pattern for it, which may be a wrong pattern. At the start of the game, there are normally 3 ideas of each type to research, with one of each type being a basic idea. These are laid out as I did. If an event or mission key lets you research an idea not on the display, you can still do so. You take an unresearched, non-basic idea of the matching type from the display, shuffle it back into the deck, then place your researched idea in the display grid. If there are no unresearched ideas in the same type on the display, then you just add your new one there. So a card can allow you to pull an idea that's not out here from the deck and replace one of the ones that's here, as long as nobody's actually started working on it. Yeah. There are things I don't know, like when these kind of go away, like when everybody has them and stuff like that. Some ideas are labeled as government forms. You can only ever have one of these ideas researched at a given time. If you research a government form when you already have one, you lose the earlier one. You lose your tag from the idea you lost. You score prestige for the new one, but you don't lose for the one that you gave up. You've advanced. Okay, so this is weird. My feeling is, and maybe there's somewhere later in the change of era portion, where these have to get absorbed by everyone, or at least they have to be cleaned off so that new ideas can show up. Because if you've either that or people are going to be slowly adding them all over the place. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of walking around going to be involved in here. That's good. I don't get enough exercise. Yeah, but I'm not going to be playing that much. We know that. We know me now. Okay. We're going to take another break. Simply, I've got my raid going on, and I like to light my pipe and all that. Right, during the military section, I already talked a little bit about warfare, the restrictions on declarations of war, penalties for casus belli, royal marriage we talked about. We know that a declaration of war can trigger battles if you're in the same area. And the free activation. Here's a list of different things that allow you a casus belli. And one is if there's a claim to an area that someone else is owning the provinces, or controlling them, which is interesting. You can go to war with someone who has taken over territory that you have a claim to, but hasn't actually captured it yet. Like they've just taken it from someone else. Call to arms if somebody calls you into war. There are some specific casus belli tokens. I don't remember where they are. Get the feeling. That's a truce. Yeah, it's kind of hard to. Oh, those are all war truce. Get the feeling they're on these. There's one. Just to let you see what I'm talking about. Some events I'll give you a casus belli themselves by allowing you to declare war. If a royal marriage converts to a disputed succession and you have that marriage, well, if it's your token, so for example, this is this is an English token of marriage. If it's on this side, England has a casus bellum on the Portuguese, i.e., they have a claim to the Portuguese throne, basically. If a realm is excommunicated, other Catholics have a right to declare war. If there's a crusade in play, the realm that's been crusaded, all adjacent realms to the crusade have you have a casus belli against those if they have a different state religion. This could be even on the rest of the world, so you could do a crusade against, China or something. There's one exception, which is the Catholics and Christians. No Christians can be crusaded against, even if they're Protestants. Technically, I'm not sure that was the case. I know that there was an argument for it. I don't know if there was ever any actual call for a crusade. There certainly wasn't a papal crusade. Those were done by now, although there was still the possibility. But I could easily see heretics being crusaded against. So, the Albigensian crusade, were they Christian, were they not? I don't know. I mean, how different, like Protestantism, it's not part of the Orthodox Church, so, whatever. Imperial liberation. The emperor has a casus belli against any realm with their capital located outside the HRE that controls provinces or has vassals located inside. Someday I have to do the book review on my HRE history that I read. It took me years to read, and not continuously. Okay. Military capacity, that's what I was talking about, which is how much manpower you can get from a particular area. Occupied provinces do not contribute. You can't use ports to count adjacency if there's enemy, if it's a hostile sea zone. Naval capacity is how many ships you can muster in a given sea zone. Your naval capacity for a given sea zone is equal to the number of ports that you own that face that sea zone, with large ports counting as 2. Now, I had some issues with large ports. So we got here, that's a large port. This is a small port. I don't know what these blue ports are. I have not been able to find an answer to that. That may indicate that it's an island. That's what it looks like. But maybe not, because like Brunei, the Philippines are not blue. But it does kind of look like it everywhere else. Islands are treated differently in certain ways. So I'm beginning to think that's what I think it is, but I don't know. Your MCNC, it can only be used once per turn. But remember, a turn is your player action during a sequence of rounds, okay? You get a turn. You get turns within the action phase. So you can muster troops from the same area multiple times during a set of action rounds. You can only do it once in any given turn. You can only count those points once. That's important because I could be mustering troops in Aquitaine and Languedoc, and I can't count, the Aquitaine stuff for Languedoc, even though it's adjacent, if I'm counting it for Aquitaine. That's all that's talking about. Military leaders, armies, and fleets may be assigned leaders from action cards using the appoint leaders action. Remember, this is a free minor action. It has a cost. The army leader's a general, fleet leader's an admiral. I don't know what happens to them if all their troops disappear. I had that happen and just left them on the board. We have a definition of the different types of units. So regular units are the stuff that shows up here. You don't know, it's not assigned to what it is yet. Infantry will cost you 2 to recruit. They have a siege strength of 1, and they hit on these symbols. You may move them individually. They're the only thing that doesn't have to be deployed in armies. It's generally not a great idea, but whatever. Now, yeah, we'll explain when we get to combat how the dice work. Cavalry cost 5. They have a siege strength of 1/2. What is their bonus? Well, that's a good question. They have some effects on some of the military cards, and they're bonused by cavalry dice. They don't look incredibly effective to me. Maybe I will learn differently as I play. Artillery. You need the cannon's idea to play these. They have a siege strength of 2, which means they can take 2 small towns out for 1 military cube. But a recruitment cost of 6, which makes them kind of expensive for that siege strength, you know, but they take less manpower, which is kind of cool. And the other thing is they will help you if you have artillery dice where they become more effective. Now, all of the dice have all of the different symbols on them, I think. Maybe there's no horses on here. Maybe there's no artillery on here. Okay. The infantry have all of them. The other 2 have infantry and what they are on them, and they're all the dice are the same, I hope. But you get kind of a bonus by getting a combined arms situation, right? Because the regular infantry dice, first of all, they have a blank on them. Secondly, unless you have cav or artillery, they've got 2 more blanks on them, essentially. You know? But then when you combine these in, you start getting, you know, more and more hits off the die rolls. Now, you get 3 dice no matter how many units you have. But each die has to be, each die that hits has to be assigned to a specific unit in the army. So for example, an infantry hit will be, you know, one of these. If I get one of those double infantry hits, which apply if I have tercios or line infantry, I can assign 2 infantry to generate 2 hits. I'd need a cav and a cav unit to generate a cav hit. Any excess hits, and I could conceivably, you know, create a lot of excess hits just off this. This is, you know, potentially 3 infantry hits. If there's only 1 infantry unit doing that, it can only do 1 damage back to you. So it's kind of an intriguing little buckets of dice type system. Okay, we gotta swap batteries. Okay. I think we've already talked a little bit about armies. Ships. Ships can be recruited as light ships, heavy ships, or galleys. If they're on the board, they're light ships. Just like if infantry units are on the board, they're infantry. Well, if manpower units, whatever. Light ships hit only on cannons. Now, I think you may roll the blue dice for the ships always, because they always hit on cannons. They cost 4 denarii, ducats, whatever. They can be deployed directly on the board or within a fleet. They can occupy trade protection slots, which is how I have them all to begin with, which will provide trade power in the nodes that are adjacent to them. Heavy ships hit on an artillery, plus they cause an automatic hit. And now this is a little different. Heavy ships, that automatic hit is free. It doesn't count against the ship limit. Heavy ships can only be on the fleet map, and heavy ships are able to take 2 hits instead of 1. They will be marked by laying them down on their side. And then if it doesn't take another hit, it has to end a turn around in a friendly port, at which point it'll get repaired. Galleys, we have some of them at the beginning. They only cost 2, less than the light ships. They can only be deployed onto the fleet map. They can only sail in sea zones marked with a star or a cross. So here's a dagger. Here's a star. I don't know what the differentiation between those two is. We'll see. We got some up here, a couple of stars. Again, I don't know the choice between those two. They may have some other impact. I know that those same symbols are used on the trade charts. I'm looking here to see. I doubt that there's anything on the rest of the world that counts as such. Although, certainly it would be possible in certain areas to put galleys that are in the rest of the world. So, whatever. But the European powers were very unlikely to do that. But I'm thinking things like the Red Sea, which I don't think even actually exists. We got this, but I don't know if that's an actual sea. We got the Red Sea, but that's just part of the Indian Ocean, I guess. Okay. All right. The biggie with these, I don't know, they're cheap. That's their big advantage. You have a fleet marker. There has to be a ship in it. You can use naval activations to move ships around. You can drop off light ships just like infantry as you're moving. Mercenaries come from the general supply. They're available to all players. You're allowed to buy them. The big advantage to them, they cost you more money, but they don't count against your manpower creation. So you're able to pretty much build mercenaries at choice. They can only be deployed in armies, and they're recruited as either infantry, cavalry, or artillery with the recruit units action. You may recruit a maximum of 3 mercenaries. Each mercenary costs 2 more money than a regular unit of the same type. During income and upkeep, you have to pay 2 for each mercenary that you want in your service or return them to general supply. NPR units, black units, can serve a number of different things. They're both infantry and light ships. They are either rebels or NPR forces at war, or allied units in a PR's army. Rebel units, all black land units on the board, including invading NPR units that stay in an area after a battle, are considered to be rebels. I can pronounce that as always fight to the last man. They will try to siege any towns or vassals that have unrest in their area. NPR units are defending or invading forces of NPRs. Defending NPR units are removed after battle, but invading units will stay on as a rebellion. Now, we haven't hit the dynamic NPRs. They don't actually deploy troops to do their conquests. Although they might deploy troops, in the course of a battle, but then also expand. When a PR sends or accepts a call to arms from an NPR ally, and it turns into an active ally, the PR will add a number of black units to their available pool. Okay, so I handled this differently. I handled it by putting the colored units. That's wrong. You put black units in the pool. You're allowed to build those as normal. If they leave the war, you lose them. Pirates are placed on trade nodes Not at sea. Interesting. And they reduce the value of that node. They can be attacked by ships in the sea zone adjacent to the node in question. To do so, you have to take a naval activation, and the ships to use to do the attack all have to be in a single zone, presumably next to, adjacent to the node in question. Generals and admirals I've already talked about. Ruler in command. You can use your ruler as a general. You don't have to pay any military to make him one, but he could get killed in the battle. Some of the battle... So for every pair of these that show up, you get a wound, an ill health on a leader. Now, you might already have an ill health due to like random events coming up that cause, your symbol, your little symbol to have come up. And these count against you as well. Movement. It's basically two spaces, but you have to end when you enter a hostile, neutral, or distant area. A battle will take place immediately if you enter where there's enemy units. There's no double star here, so I don't know. Land units can cross sea zones containing friendly ships. They'll end their move. They move from port to port. They don't get an extra move in between. Mountain borders. Okay. That's these little triangles coming across here. Didn't have to deal with those. You can only move up to 3 units across a mountain border into a hostile or neutral area. For every additional swords, military action spent, you can move 3 more units in. Costs into friendly areas is not restricted. Action terminology. Activate units is sometimes more as an activation. I don't care about that. Military access. You can move units into areas with at least one province whose lawful owner or controller is either friendly or your enemy. To move your troops into areas where there are only neutral provinces, you must be at war and either remove an influence from the area in question or pay $3. Military access is not available in neutral areas in which you have a claim. They simply will not allow you to operate in their area because they're too worried about you. If opponents own every province in a neutral area, you may not move troops into the area without a verbal permission from one of those opponents. I think that negates this requirement. That's not spelled out. I am beginning to find a few little fuzzies here. Reorganizing armies. In a land activation, you can pick up drop-off units. Only regular infantry can be dropped off naval. Light ships that end their movement in a non-hostile sea zone can occupy trade protection spaces. Those will add to their trade value. They don't get a chance to reorganize into them without doing a movement, though, or a trade action. We're getting too deep into the weeds. During trade or explore, you're allowed to move a light ship into a non-hostile sea zone. Ships in port. A port space is treated like a sea zone, but only friendly ships can enter it. Ships in port cannot be attacked by enemy ships. Tell Drake that. A port may normally hold up to 2 ships. The port of a large province, a large port, counts as 2 ports, but can hold up to 6 ships if they're part of the same fleet. Damaged or heavy ships are automatically repaired if they end the turn around in a port. Ships in a port that ceases to be friendly when an alliance end immediately move to a non-hostile adjacent sea zone if possible, or else they are disbanded. Naval transport, like I've said, it's a bridge. Each ship in that bridge, and it's really just a light ship. That's the only things that you're light. I mean, it's possible you could have a multinational bridge, but for the most part, you're going to be looking at a single light ship protecting the transport route. And basically, each ship in that bridge is able to allow 3 land units to cross it. Land units may cross any number of sea zones as long as the naval bridge connects the areas where they embark and disembark. You can use ships belonging to your player allies, but only if there's no enemy ships in the same sea zone in question. You might be allied to somebody who's not in the war, and you can still use their ships. Land units may disembark in hostile areas. This may result in an immediate land battle. To disembark in a hostile area where using allied ships for naval transport, those allies need to be at war with one of the enemies present. So they can't help you invade. You can also do naval transport during land activation or during naval movement. Movement on distant continents. Land units may move between areas along white lines connecting them on the map. You have those lines here. Otherwise, you're going to have to go by sea. Land movement on the distant continents is only allowed in friendly areas, areas containing an enemy province, and vacant territories containing your own or any enemy's claim. Movement into neutral areas on the distant continents is not allowed. When an army, fleet, or military unit moves into any area or sea zone on a distant continent, its movement ends immediately. This is regardless of whether the movement started on or off a distant continent. I'm thinking you're only allowed to move one space no matter what in the distant continents. If you have no claims, towns, or vassals adjacent to a sea zone on a distant continent, you must take an explore action to enter that sea zone. This is interesting. You don't have rudders or anything like that. If you don't populate the area, you forget about it. Wow. Entering or leaving a distant continent, fleets and ships may enter, leave, or move between distant continents via sea zones marked with matching letters. We've talked about that connection already. All right, I'm pooped. I need a longer break at this point. We're more than halfway through this expanded part of the rules. I feel like it's necessary to dig in more than I did. I know nobody's going to really look at this kind of vid. They might listen to it to put them to sleep or whatever, but it also does help me in pointing out the things and looking at the parts of the rules that I did not experience directly. And so we're seeing a fair amount of that, with this exploration stuff. I had no memory that I got to roll a die every time I move into an area that I don't have a claim to. That's weird. That's really weird, but it does provide the sort of concept, not of coaling stations as in Pax Britannica, but of, you kind of need to have some kind of little trading posts or something like that set up, or else it's dangerous to move in those areas. So it may not really be exploration anymore, but it is more risky to be, say, traveling around the Horn of Africa if you haven't set anything up in the general area. Of course, it really does limit the number of people who can safely travel those routes. That may also serve to suppress tendencies that have shown up in some games. I'm thinking things like Soldier King and stuff like that. I think Soldier King, yeah, that's got the whole world on it. Where, and even worse, there was a Martin Wallacey type thing. I don't remember if it was actually him. But I can't even remember what the fuck it was. But that just felt so crazy in terms of like, oh look, Prussia's got colonies in North America, and it's meant to be, might be Struggle of Empires, something like that. It's meant to be, at least in all appearances that I can see, something that's representing 7 Years' War and whatever. Much, much worse than the Soldier King's example that I talked about, because it's just way too easy to colonize with anyone, and the game's focus is not really on anything historical at all. Glad to be looking at something, even if it's Eurofied in a lot of ways, that is making a serious attempt, right? All right, a little bit of a break came through. The thing is, I kind of want to get this video out because it's the wee hour as well. Maybe not that wee anymore. It's around 5 on Friday, and I go dancing Friday night. Saturday I'm recovering. So if I want to get this out before the weekend, well, whatever.
I won't get to start playing either way, so I don't know. All right, battle sequence. So they work similarly, the land and naval battles, but let's go through these. You get a chance to appoint a leader during the battle prep stage. If you don't do it then, you're stuck, even if the battle goes multiple rounds and whatnot. Then the attacker plays any battle action cards they want to play, but then the defender gets to do that as well. And then you roll your dice, and you get a free 3 infantry dice, plus any dice from any generals, which will show up over here. You roll them simultaneously, you count your hits. Each unit can basically cause 1 hit. And if you get too many symbols, well, you waste some symbols. If you don't get enough symbols, well, you waste some of your troops. Having a large army can give you some resilience, but it doesn't give you necessarily a greater capacity to do damage. You need to pair it with a leader or technologies or something that allow you to have more dice. You inflict the casualties on your enemy. So if a player taking casualties has a combination of mercenary, regular, and allied units, they alternate applying casualties to units in each casualty. So this is a little weird, because here it says you inflict casualties on your enemy, and then here it says if a player taking the casualties has a combination, they must alternate applying casualties. I'm not sure which way it's meant to go. I could look over here to try to see what this example says. Yeah, they don't really indicate who picks the casualties here either. It's obviously a big difference, right? Because you could pick off the more expensive pieces. Regular units will be put in your exhausted area. Mercenaries and allied troops go back to the general supply. This is a big deal because your allies don't recover. You don't get your allies back to recover, even if they're in the midst of a war. I didn't realize that. Because I wasn't using the allied troops, I was using regulars. If you roll 2 pairs of... the enemy general in use in this battle gets a broken heart. And if they get 2 broken hearts, they die, no matter how they get them. If units remain on both sides, another round of battle could happen, but each player has an option to retreat. The attacker has to choose first. If you choose to retreat from a battle, you take an additional unit loss as a casualty. Attacking units must retreat to the areas from which they attacked. Units which disembark from ships go all the way back across the sea with no additional losses due to that evacuation to wherever they came from. The defenders can retreat to any adjacent area that doesn't contain enemy units. Rules for military access apply. If there's no such unit, they may not retreat. They have to stand and fight. All retreating units from the same player retreat to the single area. If you win, you win a battle by having units remaining after all casualties and retreats have been resolved. If the active player wins a battle, they get a military cube, but they only get 1 over the course of their player turn. So even if they have multiple battles, they still only get 1. And it doesn't apply against battles against rebels in the peace and rebel phase. If you move into an area where you're fighting against 2 different realms with which you're at war, but they're not allied, you fight them as a combined group, whether they're allied or not. NPR units defending their own area are not added to the army mat of a defending player, and they disappear at the end of the battle.
So yeah, NPRs are just sort of notional troops. You use pieces to represent them, so you can take losses and whatnot. Assigning casualties to multiple defenders. If there's multiple defenders, assign casualties by alternating between these, going from largest to smallest faction, with the attacker deciding ties. Sieges, I've already kind of talked about sieges. They're kind of automatic. You pick an area with enemy-controlled provinces but no enemy units, where you have land units. You calculate the total siege strength for the units you wish to use in the siege, and you pay 1 military pip per unit involved. You get 1 unit sort of for free, but the siege activation costs you a military cube anyhow. The enemy provinces you wish to siege must have a total tax value equal to or lower than your siege strength. If you wish to siege an island province, a blue port, okay, and that includes Gibraltar and Tangiers, I guess, you need to have a ship in the sea zone that the port is facing, and that's the special rule I was saying applied to islands. Defensive mentality can take place when you siege. So there's specific rules about what you put where. They all kind of make some sense when you look at them. So a rebel-occupied province, you remove the rebel town and any unrest in that province. Province, not area. A non-player, you put an occupied token. Now, occupied token is an interesting concept. This is an occupied token. It's the same as these, but you have extra ones over here that don't count against your town pool. And you can use these to mark that I've captured something of someone else's as such. And that can be large or small towns, doesn't make a difference. If it's something that doesn't have a piece already on the board, you put one of these underneath your counter to indicate that you've occupied the territory. This is something I've done. Hostile PR, you put it on top of their piece. Enemy occupied province. Okay, so if you capture a province that the enemy already occupies, if it's one of yours, you just remove their occupation marker. If you're liberating a province from someone else, the same kind of situation occurs. It is possible that you could be taking an enemy-occupied province that's owned by someone else, and then you just replace, and that's this one. Ships in a port of a siege province must move to an adjacent sea zone. If it's hostile, a naval battle will take place. That may be different from the rules we saw earlier. I seem to remember that, like, they just get screwed, but this makes more sense. Players who regain control of any of their own provinces that have been occupied remove cubes. So when your provinces are occupied, you will be putting your cubes to mark that you no longer are getting the taxation and manpower values from those provinces. And when you retake them, you remove your cube. Oh, this is these occupied tokens. I already talked about them. Okay, naval battles. At any point during an action phase, a naval battle will commence if ships hostile to each other in the same sea zone. A PR wishes to fight pirates in the trade node adjacent to them. Ships move into a sea zone facing one or more enemy NPR ports. Okay. And this has a single asterisk, which is not anywhere that I can find. I think it reverts back to those asterisks way back, like 15 pages ago, to tell you the truth. But I'm not sure. PR ships are located in a sea zone where, upon a declaration of war, one or more NPR ports become hostile to the PR. And again, they send you somewhere else and give you an asterisk. But maybe the asterisk is over here on that somewhere else. Neither makes much sense. I don't think so. I don't know. No battle is triggered with an NPR if ships hostile to the NPR were already there prior to the current turn. Well, that's the 2-star asterisk from before. Oh, that's the single asterisk here. It looked like just another dot. My shitty glasses. I have the wrong glasses on for reading little symbols. If multiple naval battles are triggered upon a declaration of war, the active player declares the order. And again, I don't know if this is possible, and if it is, I can't quite imagine the circumstances. I really wish it would give me an example that dealt with that really close to one of those asterisks to point it out, because it seems an impossible situation. Ships may not transport land units until the naval battle has been resolved. Ships in trade protection slots must vacate these slots if they fight a naval battle. This is important because that means if another player does a trade action, they're no longer servicing that trade. Roll naval battle dice. You roll the artillery blue dice instead of the 3 infantry dice, 3 of them again. Each ship inflicts casualties if it can match with a cannon result. In addition, the heavy ships also assign additional casualties. You assign them players taking casualties. Choose which ships to remove from battle. Okay, so this is different from how it was worded here. You inflict casualties on your enemy equal to the number of icons that match. I get the feeling the player always chooses what they take as casualties. Because it's rather clear here and it's fuzzy over there. Heavy ships can take 2 hits before being removed as casualties. You lay it down on its side if it's been damaged. Because otherwise, you would never have heavy ships that are damaged. They would just be, you'd be like, well, can I destroy a ship or not? Wounded admirals. Same as before with the leaders. Capturing enemy ships. After assigning all casualties and wounds, you can capture an enemy ship if you have ships remaining and you eliminated all the enemy ships. For each that you rolled in the final round of battle, you convert 1 enemy casualty from that round into a captured ship. Your enemy decides which of their ships are captured and which are sunk, just like your enemy chooses his losses, and returns those ships to the supply. From your own supply, you may take as many ships as you captured, and you put them in the sea zone or the appropriate section of your fleet map. Now, you might have a problem, which is you might not have the capability to put your fleet there. You might be looking at light ships that defeat heavy ships, and those heavy ships would get captured. You can't take them, I guess. Okay. Ships may only, retreat. Retreats work much like retreats in land, except that ships must retreat into an adjacent sea zone or port. Ships may only retreat into an adjacent non-hostile sea zone or into an adjacent friendly port, otherwise they can't retreat. All retreating ships belonging to the same realm must retreat to a single destination, and you lose an additional ship of your choice as a casualty, which proclaims a winner, which can cause the active player to gain a military cube if they haven't gained one that turn. Same as fighting multiple enemies. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it through this. I'm tired as fuck, and this is sort of the rich part of the rules that I didn't get much going through. So I'm going to pause again. I'm just, I wake up. Today I woke up, I've been awake for maybe 12 hours straight, which is a lot for me. Because, today I went to bed, I don't know, at like 9 a.m., which I want to get to bed a little earlier tonight, or whatever it is, because if I go to bed that late, I'm risking not being able to go dancing. I've been cutting it close. And, then I wake up partway through the day, and I'm up for an hour or two, and then I go back to bed. And, I was doing the same stuff where I was waking up in the middle of the night, which worked a lot better. But now that, that I've conceded that I'm just not really interested in working anymore. All right. After a couple hours of sleep, it's bright daylight. This is not good for me. But if I'm going to be awake anyway, might as well. I don't think I can make it. It's another 20 pages. But again, I might as well put some time in on here. God, the glare is bad. I hate glossy paper, man. Okay, peace resolution. This is one of the more complex parts of the game. And I want to do this,
we're going to do this, let's look at the battle as well. Okay, we don't worry about that. That doesn't tell me the answer to the question I have. I'm just trying to see. This is the simple battle, the battle flow chart. This is the peace flow chart. Okay. Well, we'll keep that nearby, but I don't know. You know, when you give me this complex a flow chart, man, it's tough. The old Victory Games Vietnam had a flow chart to handle different operations, but they weren't this packed, you know. And I think they were more necessary, but I'm not sure. During Phase 3, Step D, Peace Resolution, following the sequence. Okay, the first thing you're going to check is to see if you meet an automatic white peace. The war automatically ends and you remove truce and war tokens where relevant. When checking for automatic white peace, you count an enemy's active areas as part of the enemy's realm. Such a peace cannot be concluded separately with an active ally. If you conclude a white peace, you are now at peace with all of them. Now, this is where decisions in this rule book really bother me. They don't tell you, well, yeah, they do. They say, yeah, follow the sequence below, and then they say you can use the flow chart to guide you through the process. What they don't tell you is, you know, what is up with a white piece. You have to go down here and find yourself two pieces of information. This chart, which has an important thing, the requirements for a white peace. Neither side in the war occupy any of their enemy provinces, including provinces from any of their enemies' vassals or active allies. Peace terms allowed, white peace. Separate peace with active allies, no. Separate peace with active allies is, hey, you know, have I enforced a white peace on someone? But if we go to the next page, you feel like things are a little weird. Because you go to peace terms. When resolving a peace, only one peace term may be chosen. Any influence gained can be placed in areas that are full. Displace other cubes as necessary. These requirements for the peace term are listed in the bullet points in red type. Okay, so here under white peace it says total victory to enforce. And I immediately say, wow, what the hell? I think in a case of a total victory, you're allowed to enforce a white peace. But, you know, it's kind of weird because this says something different. And it just, you don't know what they're talking about. And then there's another chart here which shows automatic white peace, peace terms white peace, and these are all listed. And white peace doesn't show up as anything else. So it feels to me, I don't know, you know, the combination of the visuals is just really confusing. But here's how I'm interpreting it. That you can get an automatic white peace and it must be taken if this condition applies. Doesn't tell you what a white peace is there though, but it does here. There's no compensation paid by either party. Any PRs involved lose 1 prestige each. Again, I don't know if that applies because I don't have total victory in that case. I have this. Now maybe that total victory is an error. Maybe that is an error and that would clear a lot of stuff up. The other kind of white peace would be under negotiated peace. In the old game, you could always, with any ally, with any player, you could negotiate certain pieces. But here, it feels like you have a lot more flexibility in the negotiated peace than you did under the old AWE game. Of course, in the computer game, I've never played against other players, so. All right, well, we'll leave that one kind kind of on the burner, but I think that there's two ways to get the automatic white piece. One is that you can get it from this, and the second is, if you have a total victory, you can say, give us a white piece. And I think, since there's no effects listed here, that the effects are under here. Now, I actually think that total victory is probably a typo, but okay. Total victory. So the first thing you do is you check to see if anybody matches the automatic white piece. Any countries that do, they have that, and that's all they have. If any player meets the total victory requirements for any of their wars, resolve these wars in turn order. One player resolves all their total victories before moving on to the next. When determining if a player has met their total victory requirements versus any realm, or when resolving the peace terms of the total victories, treat a PR enemy's active allies separately from that enemy. All wars where total victory has been achieved must be resolved before moving on. The victor must enforce peace terms of their choosing unless a negotiated peace is agreed with the loser. When peace has been resolved with another PR's active ally, remove that PR's alliance marker from the non-player realm. Add or remove truce or war tokens where relevant, which we'll get to later. But basically, when a war ends, you get rid of the war tokens, and I think you gain truce tokens. Here it says under total victory, a PR occupies all of a single enemy's de jure provinces. Now these terms are spelled out somewhere. The de jure is the ones that they own legally. And this enemy has no deployed land units remaining. Okay? So basically, you have wait. See, that's de jure as in under justice, as opposed to de jure like soup de jour, which is of the day. De jure. And the enemy has no deployed land units remaining. So you occupy all of their legal locations, and they have no deployed land units remaining. This is disturbing because their legal locations might be owned by two alliances, but when resolving total victories, any active allies of a PR are treated separately from the PR. We already saw that. All terms are allowed as long as any term-specific additional requirements are met. Okay? Well, that means that white peace fits. And this is the thing. When resolving peace, only one peace term may be chosen per war enemy, and any cubes gained can be placed in any areas that are full displaced. We talked about that. Okay. Which means I can pick anything. So anything should be listed. Total victory should be in all of these. This one's a special case. And apparently you can short circuit and get to the negotiated peace instead of taking the total victory. But that's a both players situation. I don't know quite how that's going to work. I doubt we'll see that, but there might be cases where an alliance is being formed out of a war. Partial victory. For a player enemy, the PR's land units outnumber the deployed land units of their enemy by 2 to 1. And we have an asterisk there. Units located on distant continents where other realm has no purpose does not count towards these calculations. And we'll make up noises for symbols. Those are towns, but it's more complicated than that. NPR or bot enemy, PR's deployed land units outnumbers the total number of in their. This is rebels. PR's deployed land units outnumber the total number of rebel units in their areas plus any deployed enemy land units. Yeah, so if the player, yeah, it's easier to force a non-player realm to surrender, I think, although rebels are counted in, but you only need to outnumber rather than have 2 to 1. Apart from full annexation, all peace terms are allowed as long as any term-specific additional requirements are met.
Well, that's not the case if you look over here. Partial victory does not allow a white peace. So they're lying. Somewhere there's a problem here. This is either, yeah. And there's no separate peace with active allies except when enforcing the secure desired succession peace term. Okay. So you're not allowed to trigger partial victories against the allies. You could be at war against a non-player realm without being at war with an enemy. And then the final is inconclusive result, none of the above requirements. You're allowed a white peace or a negotiated peace. And there's this human enemy in parentheses, which I don't know whether or not that applies to the white peace. I kind of feel like it does, but you're not allowed a peace with active allies. I think this means you can only make those two pieces. And again, white peace is not listed there under any terms. So there's something wrong there. Okay, keep current board state. Partial or total victory to enforce. Occupied capitals must be returned to their lawful owners who pay a ransom of 10 to their occupant. By default, apart from the capitals, the occupiers on both sides keep all provinces they currently occupy. Okay, so if you're sitting on a power's capital, you have to give it back. Outside of the capital, the occupiers keep all provinces they currently occupy. By the way, remember I said in this game you can't wipe somebody off the map? I got a big problem with that. Because Poland, in the period of this game, is wiped off the map. And the campaign that I'm playing makes Poland a possible player character. Well, makes Poland a player character. This is not something I've devised or whatever that I've gotten wrong. This is something the game has set up that's wrong. Which, again, makes me feel like I almost have to allow for either players to swap out of stuff or for realms to be destroyed, or some combination of the two to be in place. And I will make it up as I go along, but I think I'm going to take away the player realms can't be destroyed, and I'm going to allow people to take over at the beginning. Someone pointed this out, and yeah, I mean, that's obvious to me from the old EU, which is you switch, when you switch realms, it happens at the beginning of an age. Okay. So let's keep looking. Okay, so if you occupy their capital, they have to buy that back. Apart from the capital, the occupiers keep all provinces they currently occupy. However, the victor, and only the victor, in place of keeping provinces that they occupy, I think instead of, may instead, exchange any of those provinces for provinces of equal tax value that the loser currently occupies, return any of these provinces and demand that the loser pay him $3 per tax value of the provinces returned. So large cities would be worth twice that. Liberate any of the provinces that are not core provinces of the loser and score a prestige per tax value liberated. The victor may also gain an alliance with one liberated NPR and place a couple of influence cubes in their areas. The victor can mix and match, and the total ducats that can be demanded is capped at twice the tax income of the loser as calculated after the return of their provinces. The PR is made by discarding a claim from any areas where they have gained provinces. Also remove 2 unrest from the same areas. PRs that have lost any of their provinces or vassal provinces as a consequence of this war may place a claim in each area where they have lost at least one province. I think the discarding allows you to remove unrest from the other player, but I'm not sure. Okay, humiliation. This is allowed in partial or total victory to enforce, but the victor must occupy the loser's capital or the loser must have surrendered. The concept of surrender has not been raised, but it's coming very shortly. So should we go through more rules before we get there? Let's take a look here. A player may voluntarily surrender even if the enemy has not met the requirements for total or partial victory, and name their enemy as the victor in the war. By surrendering, you lose 2 prestige and your enemy gains it. If you surrender, your enemy is allowed to enforce a peace as if they had achieved a partial victory. They must, however, end the war this round either by enforcing one of the applicable peace terms or by agreeing to a negotiated peace with you. This is a powerful option, and I really like this being in here. One of the problems with the old EU was you didn't have an option to get out of a war. Basically, the 2 players had to agree to a peace. And that means that the victor had to be satisfied with what they were going to get from a very rigid system, much more rigid than this. And the loser, unless they were being forced into a peace, which is like capital taken and everything else kind of thing, could resist forever. Now, the nice thing about that is that it created situations like that War of Spanish Succession, where all sides wanted peace. They basically knew what it was going to be, but they just couldn't get to it. And there have been other cases where a general peace was attempted. The idea of what the terms were going to be were obvious. You got kind of that kind of situation in, say, the Ukraine right now, where the likely peace is obvious, and it's not one either side can accept. But it's a little different because neither side actually wants the peace. I'm looking more at situations where, both sides would like the peace. They know that they're not going to get more, significantly in either direction, but politically they're incapable of making that peace. And, we're talking about monarchies and stuff here, not... They still have political considerations to take. So I almost feel like the surrendering option may be a little too lax, and it's something that came from the computer game. Because in the computer game, you could get caught in situations where you're just being constantly drained by a war. But those situations are somewhat historical. I know they work well in the board game. I remember them being more frustrating in the computer game. And I think that's why they got carried over from there. But anyway, humiliation. All occupied provinces must be returned to their lawful owners. The victor scores prestige equal to twice the tax value of any provinces returned to the loser, maximum 10. The loser loses the same amount of prestige. No prestige is scored from provinces returned to the loser's active allies. And it's a peace with those active allies, presumably, unless you're doing a total victory here. Because total victory is the only thing that allows you to split the wars off, from what I can see. Vassalization. Partial or total victory to enforce. The loser must be an NPR. The victor must occupy the loser's capital with at least one of the loser's de jure provinces in another area, and at least one of the loser's de jure provinces in another area, if any. If they have any. The loser becomes a vassal. It has its own rules. Of the victor. The victor places a a vassal marker on the loser's de jure provinces, except any provinces occupied by any other PRs, and returns all other towns from these provinces to the town track on the player map. Returns all their towns from these provinces. So this is fucked up. Because the only reason for these was to mark things that you capture. But it's possible that you could be holding a province that is core to the new vassal, and you have to give that back too. Like, not just occupying, but holding. And those would get returned, is I guess what they're saying. The victor can place 2 influence cubes in the loser's realm, add some pitchforks to all vassals gained in areas where the victor occupied no provinces. All vassal gained, I don't know. Remove all alliance and marriages from the loser's realm. The victor may, by discarding a claim from any areas where they have just gained vassals, also remove the pitchforks, 2 of them from that area. And they're obviously removing their own, so I guess it is in the other one, but I don't understand how that can be the case. We gotta swap batteries. This is someplace where I feel like a really deep understanding of the computer game as it existed at whatever time this was being developed, which I find kind of weird. Like, I looked up and people are talking about the Kickstarter starting in like 2017 or 18. I remember this kicking around earlier than that. I remember pictures of this. It may not have gotten into the Kickstarter phase of it, and I may have just been seeing sort of prequels of it. I know it was a while ago. It's just, you know, when I think 2017 or 18, I think I was, you know, that's about the time that I moved to Oregon, and I remember it being a few years before that. Not real early in my video period, but it could have been within the first couple of years of that. So there's like, you know, several years span there. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. One of the things that I'm thinking, and I don't know if I got these words out, was that this would be a situation where a really good knowledge, of the computer game in that era, that's what I was starting to say, would be very helpful to parsing what the victory conditions they're trying to represent are. Unfortunately, by the time the computer game, got to, I think, even version 2, it stopped coming with a really detailed rule book that told you everything, and sort of, there's a PDF online or something, but it's not as rich as it used to be, and a lot of it is just really, even with the old rule book, you couldn't understand it without playing it a lot. So I think they're trying to represent things that were within the computer game, and now I'm trying to parse this out without that knowledge, and that isn't working great. This is probably the most confusing and painful part of the rules that I've seen yet, and that explains this. I was able to make my way through it in the couple of pieces that I had to deal with, though. I didn't run into anything weird. Okay. That was the vassalization. Forced conversion, partial or total victory. Victor must control all provinces in the loser's capital area. That's it. But remember, you also have to hit at least a partial victory, which requires you to have this 2-to-1 ratio or greater than 1-to-1 in certain other conditions. The victor must control all provinces. The victor's religion has to differ from the loser's. All occupied provinces are returned to their lawful owners. The loser must change their state religion and the religion of their capital area to match the state religion of the victor. The victor gains 3 prestige and may add 2 cubes to the loser's capital area. The loser loses 5 and must remove 4 cubes from the board. That's it. It doesn't look like there's any restrictions on what you can do to them in terms of changing their religion. So, you could convert the Ottomans to, to Protestants if you want, or something along those lines that would be really, really disadvantageous for them in terms of ruling their other realms. Of course, they have the capability to just throw that out and change their state religion back. Which, given that this doesn't have too much enforcement mechanism behind it, is even weaker than the similar capability that was allowed in the old EU. The old EU at least gave you a casus belli if they changed their religion back. Of course, I think you may have one against anyone of different religions in this game. Not sure. Secure desired succession. Partial or total victory to enforce. Loser's capital must have it is a disputed succession. Victor must occupy the loser's capital. You ignore the loser's active ally status. I think that means if the loser is an active ally of a PR, you can ignore that. And therefore, you can treat them completely to a separate piece, but we'll see. All occupied provinces must be returned to their lawful owners. If the loser is an NPR, all their other wars end on white peace terms. You've replaced their government. Remove all marriages and disputed successions, alliances, and active alliances from the loser's capital other than the victor's. The victor scores 3 prestige per marriage or disputed removed, and the token owners each lose 3. If the victor has a disputed marriage on the loser's capital, they must flip it over and score P equal to prestige equal to the loser's tax income, maximum of 5. The victor may, if the loser is an NPR, add 4 cubes to the loser's capital area, or if the loser is a PR, replace the loser's ruler with a leader from any discard pile. The victor may then gain an alliance with the loser. This is not as powerful as you might hope. Like, I'm thinking, ooh, this is the kind of thing that allows you to merge Austria and Spain under one leader or something. It doesn't appear to even allow vassalization or anything like that. Of course, you have vassalization as an option here. I'm unimpressed. You get a bunch of cubes and you get some prestige, but it feels like a really weak term for, being able to put your preferred heir on the throne. I mean, think about that if, like, the English had succeeded in the disputed succession in the 100 Years' War with France. That would mean there was an English king on the French throne, and that's the kind of thing that I wanted to see in this. There were some disputed successions that were along those lines. The Spanish succession could have gone along those lines. But what it did go along was putting a member of the same family, and really, a royal marriage seems relatively light as a bonus compared to everything else that could happen. But we shall see. Full annexation. Total victory to enforce. Loser must be an NPR bot. This is what I'm thinking of. The loser's de jure provinces are fully incorporated into the victor's realm. Remove all alliances, royal marriages, war tokens, and occupied tokens from the annexed provinces. If the loser was an active ally of a PR, that PR loses 2. The victor may, by discarding a claim from any areas where the annexed provinces, also remove 2 pitchforks from those areas. So far, this is the only place where I'm seeing claims automatically get cleaned away. You may find at the end of the particular I want to use the word turn because turn has a specific meaning here. But when I think about, I guess, rounds, to me that feels like a game turn. But they didn't want to use that kind of term confusion, but therefore they caused me confusion in that. But there may be someplace in the claim in here, I don't see it though being listed, I don't see any indication of claims, where claims are cleaned up. I had said earlier that you can't have claims to your own territory. You can't place a claim in territory you control. You control or that's core. But here, after you own something, you kind of don't need the claim anymore. Although it's also sort of an added bonus if it's not core territory. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm thinking some mix of empires in the Middle Ages and because the old EU board game didn't have a concept of claims. It had the concept of casus belli, and if you lost territories, you had a temporary, like 2-turn casus belli against the person who occupied it. And turns were shorter than that, and whatever. But anyway, negotiated peace, not enforceable. Both parties have to be human players. Regardless of whether or not the conditions for victory have been met, players may negotiate peace terms between themselves. The players may agree on who will be named as victor and loser. If anyone, players may agree on other peace terms listed here on any of them, except vassalization and full annexation, as long as their corresponding additional requirements are met. Okay? I guess you don't have to meet the peace terms, but you have to meet the specifics of these somehow, some way, some when. Very, very poorly phrased, but keep in mind that peace terms are generally unilateral, e.g. both parties cannot humiliate each other, force conversion. Yeah, are they? I'm not sure. You know, it says, keep in mind they're generally, well, it's not spelled out here, and this, okay. Force conversion upon each other or secure desired succession on each other. And my feeling is use common sense and reason to try to avoid making stupid negotiated pieces, but this is really shit work in these rules. Now, these are some of the hardest kinds of rules to boil down and get right. The old EU did it, but it created something far too restrictive for this, far more restrictive than this design seems to desire. And when you start saying things like, yeah, they can agree to any of these peace terms, dude, you're beginning to get a little loose here. If agreeing to keep current board state terms, either of the parties may exchange occupied provinces for ducats, and both sides may agree to liberate provinces if they give up all prestige gains from liberation. Again, wow, just sort of random things being thrown in there. This section of the rules is really, yeah. But this is not a fault that it's Eurofied rules. This is a fault that I think they just couldn't nail it down and come up with wording that really got things clear. And I don't think that flowchart's going to help, because I think negotiated peace is somewhere you can just end up at no matter what. Optionally, in addition to picking one of the other listed peace terms, the players may agree on one of them taking an immediate cut ties or player-to-player diplomacy action, paying for the action as normal, disregarding the restrictions for being at war as part of the peace resolution. The terms for this action and the peace terms are settled as one agreement and not separately. Okay. Whew. Now let's go back to the peace resolution, because we had gotten, I think as far as total victory, let's see. Beginning with the first player and going clockwise, each player then resolves all their remaining wars. A player must resolve all of the wars that they then wish to end in any order they like before the next player does the same. During this step of peace resolution, PRs resolve peace on behalf of their active allies. Otherwise, peace is resolved with one enemy realm at a time. When a player has met the partial victory requirements, they may choose to enforce or negotiate, for human player enemies, peace terms. In a war where no side is victorious, an NPR enemy will, and a bot might, accept a white peace, while peace terms must be negotiated for a human player enemy. Yeah. Add or remove truce or war tokens where relevant. Right. Aftermath. After peace resolution, any PR which is now at peace must immediately relocate any units they have in a neutral area to the nearest friendly areas, counting each area or C-zone. This doesn't cost them any military capability. PRs that are now at peace must also flip all their alliances from looking like jack-o'-lanterns to their normal side, and return all allied units in their armies and manpower reserve to the general supply. Those are the black units. How did they end up in your manpower reserve? You didn't build them yet. Because when they get destroyed, they don't go back in your manpower reserve, which feels wrong. It means your allies' troops can't be rebuilt, which I just don't buy. But we saw that somewhere. And I may not remember it, and I may choose not to play with it. If you meet the requirements of a partial or total victory, or if your enemy surrenders, you are the victor. Note that NPRs are always considered to have 0 land units deployed. Well, that makes it bloody easy to get them into this. So the deployed enemy land units are going to be units of an active ally. Well, either an active ally, I don't know how much NPRs are going to have active allies, but of a PR or an active ally of that PR that are in that space. So that's kind of weird. The only other thing is rebels might show up. But yeah, you will have occupied some of their territory. Wow. Feels like partial victory is too damn easy on an NPR here. So peace terms against non-player elements in the old original EU board game required a die roll. What you did was you had a right to ask for certain levels of peace, and it worked sort of like diplomacy did, which is you paid a cost. You got a certain number of points for your victories and whatnot, for the territories you owned. Those would add up and give you a positive sum. Then, if you wanted a piece that cost you nothing, you would have to roll equal to or less than that sum on a die. And each peace term, each level of peace that you took a couple points off that total. So you could guarantee yourself a peace by keeping your demands low enough, or you could try to get a better piece. This feels like it's going to be really, really easy to generate pieces. On the other hand, there are only four rounds, I keep wanting to say four turns, but there's 4 of what are called rounds here in each era. And the smallest period in the old EU had 6 full player turns in it. And some of them were much larger than that, like I think 12, if I recall correctly. I'm not sure. But, in that game, each turn was a 5-year interval. Here, things are maybe less well-defined. I'm not sure. Okay. A player may end up as the victor of a war where the only terms they're capable of enforcing are really unfavorable. In such cases, the victor may prefer, if the loser does not surrender, to continue the war to try to agree to a negotiated peace. Yeah, okay. You don't have to try to get a peace. Neither side is victorious. Some wars will end up with an automatic white peace or inconclusive result and have no victor or loser. With an automatic white peace, the peace terms are fixed. However, with an inconclusive result, neither side can enforce their preferred peace terms unless a player wishes to surrender. An NPR will always accept a white peace if it's offered. A bot will, in the case of an inconclusive result, accept a white peace offer if their enemy has captured provinces of greater tax value from the bot than the bot has captured from their enemy. Well, we're not going to have any of those. So, an NPR will always accept a white peace. I wonder, yeah. The active NPRs, again, being active doesn't mean that they act like bots or anything. It just means they spread. Kind of at random. A player may voluntarily surrender. We talked about that already. Enforcing peace terms. Being victorious means that you may enforce the peace terms that match the victory conditions that have been met. Oh, we're running down on gas again here. And we still have a lot of the very chromy rules in the game to look at. And these are the things that I didn't go over in that first video. Peace and allies. If you win a war against an alliance of 2 PRs, victory conditions and peace terms are resolved individually for each PR enemy. The PRs must negotiate peace on behalf of their active NPR allies, that is, those that have their race flags flipped over to their pumpkins. Peace rules for active allies. Automatic white peace. When determining if automatic white peace requirements have been met, count active allies as part of the PR allies realm. If requirements are met, you enter a white piece with both. When determining total victory against active allies, treat them as any other NPR. Once peace has been resolved for such an active ally, the PR allied to that NPR must discard allied units equal to that NPR's pre-war tax income divided by 2. The alliance is then removed. So if you have a total victory, and this is the one thing that generates separate peace with active allies, if you have a total victory against the main player, then I guess you can either remain at war with them or you can negotiate a peace with them separately within that alliance situation. That's what it looks like to me. Partial victory. Unless you've achieved a partial victory against your PR enemy, you have not achieved this against your active allies, their active allies. If you've achieved a partial victory against a PR enemy, on the other hand, that also applies to all active allies of that PR. In this case, peace is enforced or negotiated simultaneously for the PR as well as for their active allies. Only a single peace term may be selected for all the realms involved in the peace resolution, which is resolved as detailed below, and I think that's this section, peace terms. White peace works exactly as the same as normal. Okay. So this is a different white peace from the other one, I guess. I don't know. While full annexation is only possible with total victories being resolved individually for active allies. Humiliation, okay, this is just going to spell out additional stuff here. Humiliation only grants P for provinces returned to PR enemies directly. Any provinces lawfully owned by their active allies must be returned without any P reward. Keep current board state peace term. Treat provinces lawfully owned by your enemy's active allies mostly like any other provinces you occupy. Mostly. You may keep them as normal except for capitals, or return them to get ducats in return. It is not, however, possible to liberate the province of an enemy's active allies in order to gain prestige. Okay. For the vassalization and forced conversion terms, only apply the peace term effects to the realms involved for which the victor can satisfy all the additional requirements. So, yeah, if I vassalize the major power, I don't automatically vassalize the minors. I have to meet the specific requirements as well, but it's still the only peace term I'm allowed. For the remaining realms, treat this as a white peace between the parties with no P loss, and with occupied provinces being returned to their lawful owners. The secure desired succession can be enforced separately on an NPR regardless of their active ally status, and that was specified in there. You can basically peel them from the war by putting a new ruler in place. One more thing, truces. Once a peace has been concluded, and this I didn't read before, whether enforced or negotiated, all parties involved enter a truce that lasts until phase 3 of the next round. Phase 3 is the peace and rebels phase. Basically, it gets you through the action phase. You're not declaring any wars during it. I don't know if you're able to declare war after that. That seems a little weird. I don't know of any capabilities that allow that. Flip any war tokens to the truce side for each realm with whom you now have a truce. Truces are not placed on the active allies of former enemies and never on vassal realms. Remove any war truce tokens from realms that have been vassalized. You are not allowed to declare war upon a realm with whom you have a truce, but may still join a war against them if you have a defensive CTA. I don't know if wars are reflexive. When I was playing, I put them as just... So, for example, France declared war on England. I put a war marker on England. I did not put a war marker from England onto France. But I suspect that there should be a war marker going both ways. Let's take a look at declare war if it talks about that. I'm not going to be able to find this, I bet. And so what I want, yeah, I don't see anything that indicates the symbol being placed here, except for they show it here. They don't tell you where you put the markers and whatnot. It would make sense if they're actually reflexive, because honestly, you are both at war with one another. And by representing it the way that I did, it would represent the truce to be a one-sided thing, which I think would be wrong. But again, some things are not stated here. Maybe it's buried in some of the examples, or maybe I just, skimmed over it and didn't see it. That is going to bring us to what I hope is the end of my coverage for today. To diplomatic relations. Influence cubes, I read through all this stuff, but I didn't read through it during my play particularly. I read through it when I read the rules, which was maybe a week ago or so, while I was still playing... in the Talavera box, Imperial, while I was still playing that. And then when I, came up here to start setting it up and looking at it, I didn't have to dig into here, which may mean that I may have given you some incorrect information during that initial part of the rules. I probably glossed over some of what these things can do, but for the most part, I found cubes to be kind of confusing and not really useful, like these diplomatic influence cubes. So maybe I will see more impact, although it doesn't look like there's a hell of a lot of information there that's going to help me. I did know you're only allowed 5 in each area, but then there's this weirdness where like marriages count as a cube, and we'll see how that all plays out when I read through it. But this is parts of the rules that I don't feel like I was comfortable enough to just, explain the way that I did at the beginning video. And therefore, we wade through it like a boggy mess. Sleep's still eluding me. My stupid addiction is affecting it. Let's hit the diplomatic relations section. It's just 2 pages. Okay, influence cubes. What do they say here? No area can hold more than 5 of them. It's possible to fill an area in order to prevent people from taking an influence action to place them there. Influence gained by other means can be placed in areas that are full, though, and you remove cubes from other players as necessary. Any cubes can be sabotaged by spy networks of their opponents. If you don't have enough cubes in your supply, you can freely remove them from the board to use them where needed. What it doesn't say is that you can remove them from here or from the curia or all kinds of other places where they show up. It also doesn't say that if your cubes show up in other places that you can remove them from the board. Again, not sure what's up with that. They cannot be used to affect other players, and they cannot be placed in areas where all the provinces are owned by players. Once all provinces in an area are owned by a PR, all the influence cubes are removed and returned to the owner's supply. So you don't really want to expend them in an area that's in danger of being captured. On distant continents, they can't be placed on distant areas, but colonists in the colonist pool for Forge Alliance and Call to Arms purposes count as those kind of cubes as influence in any distant area. Okay, well that sounds pretty potent. What can you do with them? Not clear. I didn't feel like I had a grasp before I read this section on the cubes. I don't feel like I have a grasp now. They do show up sometimes on cards and stuff, but and in some actions, there's a requirement or a cost to spend them, yeah. The one nice thing about them is sometimes there aren't a lot of uses for your diplomacy capability, and you can slap them down, but there's always trade, man. Marriages. You may use royal marriage action card to strengthen your political ties to the realm which you get married. The terms royal marriage and simply marriage used interchangeably. You can have a maximum of 3, but there's an additional one that's allowed if you get the cabinet, which is not available yet. It's one of these ideas that can show up. Sometimes, like, when I look at those ideas, the fact that there's only 9 of them available, and I don't think they get cleaned up, which means those are the 9 for the game unless somebody swaps one out or adds more through the use of specialized cards that allow you to add them. They feel right for one era. It doesn't feel right for the course of the whole game for those to be there. So we're going to see, but I've got some troubling feelings here that, like, the game is not really, the campaign game is not really capturing the mood of this game correctly. Okay. For all purposes, a marriage counts as a cube, but the marriage cannot be removed and it doesn't count towards the 5 cube limit. When you take an action or play an action card that requires you to remove cubes from an area, remove 1 fewer than normal if you have 1 plus royal marriage in that area. 1 or more? 1 or more. Yeah. So royal marriages are associated with a realm. And it's possible that there are 2 capitals, for example here, Siena and Firenze and Ferrara, but not Pisa. It's part of Florence. All of which you can have royal marriages to. A marriage makes it possible to subjugate NPRs that have tax incomes higher than half your own tax income base. You can subjugate ones that are lower, or those that have vassals of their own. But subjugate is not something that you're able to do without a card. Now, those cards are not uncommon, but they were completely missing in the game I was playing. So here I am, collecting up cubes and royal marriages and stuff, hoping that I'd be able to get that advantage, and nope. I don't even know what it does. Royal marriages are triggers for a number of events, disputed successions, for example. You receive a -1 stability if you attack a country to which you're married. This is in addition to any casus belli requirements. Eligible partners. Several PRs can be married to the same NPR. You may marry your own vassals, but not those of other players. If an NPR to whom you're married is vassalized by someone else, you lose your royal marriage. You may enter a marriage with an opponent realm, see player-to-player diplomacy, in which case both will gain an action card of a type chosen by the active player. Eligible marriage partners are based on the religion. All Christians can marry. All Muslims can marry, but I think there's only one Muslim religion, which is wrong. But yeah, we just have Muslim. We don't have Sunni and Shiite divide, which really should be here. That's key and is represented, I think, in the computer game and certainly in the original board game. Okay. Disputed succession. Having a royal marriage with another realm comes with the risk of dragging you into a conflict over a disputed succession. This may be triggered by an event of the same name as well as certain other events, or by an interregnum. When a disputed succession is triggered for a realm, flip all the marriage tokens in that realm to disputed succession. A flipped marriage token provides a casus belli for all players. Okay. The token's owner risks suffering prestige loss of taking no action. So the idea there is, yeah, you have a claim on the marriage there and someone you want to put in, but everyone else has a claim to try to prevent you from getting your claim. Alliances. An alliance is a pact, these I understand having uses, between realms to support one another in a war. You can have a maximum of 3 of them. There's a cabinet idea that allows an additional one, and a counter that's marked cabinet alliance, just like marriage. Treat your allies, units, areas, and ports as friendly. Allies normally do not declare war on each other. You may send and receive calls to arm. You can play the subjugate action card to vassalize an ally. An NPR can only be allied to one player realm. I didn't realize that. Okay. It is not possible to play forge alliances while you're at war or with realms that are at war. When you declare war on someone, or someone declares war on you, or on your NPR ally, you can send a call to arms, and you can receive them when someone declares war on your ally declares war on another realm. You get the choice to accept it. If you do, you join your ally's side in the war. If you're accepting an offensive, you put war tokens on your ally's enemies. Okay, so this is the first place where it talks about the war tokens that I'm aware of. If you accept an offensive, place war tokens on your allies' enemies. If accepting a defensive, place enemy PR's war tokens on your own capital. So it actually feels like I did it right, which is that the tokens appear only on the person who's on the defending side in a war, and that can broadly, expand, right? That means the truces only show up on them, which means that the defending side can come back and counterattack. I don't like that, and I don't think that makes sense. Okay, where were we? If you accept a defensive when you're also allied to a PR on the opposing side, your alliance with that PR is terminated. If accepting a CTA from an NPR, decide whether or not you wish to make them an active ally. Return to the appropriate step in the declare war action, yeah. Joining a war by accepting a CTA does not trigger any new opportunities for your enemies to send their own calls to arm, which is important because there might be non-player realms that could not be brought in the original war, but now could have been brought in because of proximity. Like I think it's some ash that got stuck. If you refuse a call to arms, any alliance with the sender is terminated. You lose your alliance marker. If this was an active ally, you lose your allied units from your pool. So the difference between an active and a non-active ally. A non-active ally is in the war, but will not provide any troops to anyone. They will defend themselves better, though. They have a larger force pool when they're invaded. But an active ally provides you with some additional little black tokens for troops that will allow you to to deploy them. And you can deploy them within your ally as well. Your enemy must place a war token on your former active ally, and they would have a separate war if you don't follow them. If this is a defensive CTA, you lose 2 prestige and have to remove 5 influence from that ally's areas. And I assume that's total from their areas, not 5 from each of their areas. If this is a defensive CTA and your former ally is a PR player, they may place a Casus Belli token on your capital. If your former ally is an NPR or a PR that chose not to place a Casus Belli token, you must place a truce token on their capital. And if a PR, they must on yours. So again, there appears to be a reflexive situation with the truce tokens between player realms. And I think that makes sense in all cases, and maybe it makes sense for wars as well. Nah. I'm really not sure why there's not a reflexive situation between the members of wars, for all wars, to tell you the truth. Oh, where are we here as we avoid the glare? And then you return to the declare war. Ignore steps 3 and 4 if any of the following statements are true. You have passed or you're already involved in another war. So you don't pay a penalty. You do lose some things. You lose your alliance, etc. But you don't pay a penalty in prestige, influence, and you're not, there's no casus belli if you refuse a defensive call to arms when you're already at war or have passed. If you've passed, remember, you can't really play. Again, that's a really gamey mechanism that feels like, I don't know. Alliances between player realms. Player realms are allowed to enter into alliances. These are created not through Forge Alliance, but through player-to-player diplomacy action. Players must respond to a CTA according to receiving the CTA action. PRs that have alliances with other PRs may sometimes face situations where they're allied to realms on both sides of a war. If you're allied to a realm that has declared war on another of your allies, you can only get a call to arms from the defender. Okay, the concept of active allies. When you activate an ally due to a CTA, you flip it over to the pumpkin side and immediately add a number of allied units equal to half the tax value of the NPR's province to your available manpower area, with a maximum of 5 units. When accepting a call to arms from an NPR ally, you may choose whether or not to activate that ally. The units in your manpower reserve may be recruited during a recruit units action. Your active units are considered a part of your active allies are considered a part of every war you're currently involved in or enter while they're active. These NPR can be attacked by your enemies. Active NPR allies defend their own areas with only half their manpower capability, since they've provided you with the other half of their forces. Now, these are both rounded up, but interestingly, you have a maximum of 5 units that you can take from them, but you still do a full halving on them if they're attacked. That probably isn't an issue, but we'll see. There might be some very large NPRs that happen, conceivably. I mean, you know, if we were playing the Russia option on this scenario and took Austria out, Austria would be quite a potent NPR. Now, the thing is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The biggest manpower selection they have is 8 at this point. But if they were an active area, they could have actually spread out and end up above that 10 that would give you the 5-point maximum. So, you're always allowed to recruit a number of allied units in areas of your active allies up to their manpower capability for that realm. And those do not necessarily have to be allied units. You can recruit your own units in their territory. Resolving peace on the behalf of active allies. You can settle peace term on behalf of all your active allies except for active allies that your enemy has achieved a total victory against, in which case they can do a separate peace. Alliances with distant NPRs. When sending a CTA to a distant NPR ally, you use colonists instead of influence. You discard. So sending a CTA costs cubes. Let's look at page 13 and see that. I don't recall doing that, but yes. Oh, when you do an offensive one, you have to discard cubes. That's right. I do remember that. Okay. Where are we? We're on the distant NPRs. Okay, ending an alliance. If you refuse a CTA, that will cause an end of alliance and might cause other penalties. By accepting a defensive CTA from one ally against another ally, by using a disputed succession casus belli to declare war on your ally, and I think that gets, I think that's fine, that doesn't hurt you. Through events that let you or force you to terminate an alliance or makes a player gain an alliance with another PR's ally, or when they have no available alliances left. I don't know about that no available alliances left, but we have a reference to page 40. We'll look at it when we get there. Through the Forge Alliance action or the New Alliance action card, when one player's alliance replaces another player's alliance. If a player achieves a total victory against your ally, you lose your alliance. By taking the Cut Ties minor action, this will have consequences, however. If the ally is at peace, you lose 5 influence from areas belonging to your former ally, and then place a truce token on their capital. If they're at war or an active ally, you lose 2 stability and all cubes from areas that they're in. If this was an active ally, you lose the allied troops as well that they provided. Your enemy must place a war token on your former active ally. You are now at war with them by basically concluding a separate peace, essentially. It's more than that. I mean, you're cutting alliance with them. Let's look at vassalization. Vassals of subordinate realms, vassals of PRs pay vassal tax to their overlord and add to their overlord's manpower. And this is to their direct manpower, not allied manpower. It is possible to vassalize an NPR through peace resolution or diplomatic subjugation. A vassal can only be married to their overlord and no other PRs. Vassals do not count as part of their overlord's realm, nor are they considered to be NPRs. As such, they're a separate category of realm. Vassal provinces with different flags count as separate vassals. Subjugate. You can use subjugate action cards to vassalize NPRs. The NPR must first be your ally. When you vassalize it, you remove your alliance from the realm and replace it with these things for each of their provinces. 2 of them go on a large province. All other PRs must remove any marriages they had in the realm. A vassal may be annexed and fully integrated by using another subjugate card, and then you replace your vassal markers with your towns and you remove any royal marriage there. You can directly annex a 1 tax income ally without vassalizing it first. This is a big deal. So if you look, there are a few little places, not Anjou. Well, Siena is an example. So, no, Avignon is part of the papacy. So Siena is an example. You could vassalize, you could immediately annex Siena. You don't have to go through the vassalization step. Okay. To play a subjugate card on your NPR ally or vassal, your tax-based income must be at least twice that of the target. You must also discard cubes from their areas equal to the tax income, their tax income, plus any opponent cubes in the target's areas. So you'd give up as many as the tax income and have to give up as many as the opponent has. Each +1 military token on an NPR's provinces provides them with 1 extra tax income. So we had these, I don't know how these appear, probably through cards or something. We had detected these elsewhere. I don't know where they are. These were some of the counters that I said, well, what the hell's that? These guys. They're going to increase, that's a +1. Those are going to increase the military capability in that thing. But for the purpose of subjugation, they count as extra tax income. It may be further than that. I don't know. If you have a marriage with the target, your base tax income must simply exceed that of the target plus any opponent cubes. Which is different. So if we look here to play it, your tax base income must be twice that of the target. You must also discard cubes equal to the tax income plus any opponent cubes. But here, for some reason, opponent cubes count in the case of a marriage. I don't know, that feels like there's probably an error there. Like the opponent cubes probably have to count in on the other case as well. Did not notice errata when I was playing, but you know, when I pour through the rules with the camera on them, I tend to find more iffy issues. Subjugating an NPR with vassals. A marriage is also required to vassalize an NPR that has its own vassals. When playing the subjugate card, an NPR's vassals will only become your vassals if you also discard influence from their areas equal to their tax income. Otherwise, they're released as their own NPRs, but you may place an alliance on their capital or a claim on one of their areas. NPRs on distant continents. You cannot subjugate a distant realm. I don't know about that. I'm just thinking about some of the stuff that happened in India. It sure sounds like subjugation to me. But okay. The Papal States and the Empire, neither of these, and the Emperor, neither of these can be vassalized. Vassals will not act independently in wars or peace resolution to capture provinces belonging to someone else's vassals. You must declare war on and resolve peace with their overlord. A claim on a vassal's area counts as a claim on an overlord. The vassals do not defend themselves, and they simply provide manpower. They're really sort of part of the country. Vassal provinces contribute to their overlord's MC, but not to their NC, naval capacity. No. I don't know what the fuck NC is. An overlord may recruit regular units and mercenary units in their vassals' areas. Okay. We're going to have to look up NC, because that's something I have not seen before. Is that over here? No. Naval capacity, yeah. Interesting. Okay, so your vassals won't help you build ships. That's very, very intriguing. Now, your allies wouldn't either, but they would provide you with naval defense next to themselves. All right. That is another attempt to go to sleep. I've handled a lot of trade. We can burn through this. Yeah, I'll wait. Because there's some special cases in there, like the gold inflation rule. And I haven't talked too much about the merchants and whatnot. But anyway. All right, we'll push a little further. I still can't seem to sleep. Which, this is very problematic for my life. But, okay. Trade is a very good source for obtaining additional income in the game. I'm used to in the old board game, trade was just sort of part of your income. You handled everything on spreadsheets and whatnot. And in the computer game, I think trade also just sort of accrues to you where you place your merchants. Here it uses a very, very different type of mechanism. You're going to rely on these cards, and we've talked about them and looked at them. There's an example over here. Oh, shit. And for the cards themselves, they have a number of different nodes in place, and then the provinces which impact them. Sometimes they have a secondary trade node that allows you, I don't know, they say read how it works here, so we'll wait. But I think what it does is allows you to choose a different node under that same one. Some cards have a star or a dagger next to their trade good names and one or more numbers in colored boxes to the left. These cards are often not included in the starting trade deck. One of the symbols is not used in this one, but they'll enter as those continent numbers are brought into play. Discovered. Trade nodes and key provinces are located on the Eastern Europe map board, are listed in light gray text. When playing the standard game, these were not in play. Sometimes there will be a requirement. For example, this additional requirement is one of these symbols must exist on a key province. I don't know what a key province is. Oh, key provinces are the ones listed over here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Gold. When you trade a gold card and your trade income exceeds half your base tax income, you have to either pay an admin piece or take a loan marker. Ouch! Like, that's a minimum of $6 of pain, and add it to your treasury. These can be removed as normal. This can take you above 5 loans without causing a bankruptcy, but you're still not able to take more loans. Slaves. Okay. If you decide to use a slave's card during your trade action in ages 3 or 4, and I don't know if they can show up before then, you end up losing a prestige. This is an interesting choice. Certainly, slavery is one of those things that later ages looked back upon quite poorly. And you might even argue that in era 4, you're starting to see significant opposition to slavery, especially since that goes to 1821. I think the English have already outlawed the slave trade by then. It's close. They did it sometime in that era. I don't know if it was 18. Anyway. So definitely by stage 4, you are paying some sort of political price in some countries for engaging in slave trade. However, I'm not so sure how much of a pain it is in stage 3, and it's certainly not something that you should see in any earlier period, and that's fine that it's not a negative in the earlier periods. But it's sort of a what is the trade-off here? What are you getting rid of? The glory of the countries is not really diminished by this. So if prestige is seen as that, it's not really an effective thing. Sometimes it feels like when I first read this, although the stage 3 and 4 make a little bit more sense, as long as slavery is available in stages 1 and 2, as sort of this frown on this past, technique. And you could argue, well, the glory of the country is tarnished a little bit by the slave trade, but it's really only in that later period where you're having, religious people coming out and saying, yeah, this is just wrong, man, where it could have any real impact on the prestige of the era. What you're going to see, there's other horrible acts that will happen. When you consider the religious strife in the 30 Years' War, the Dutch Revolt, man, that was ugly shit, like bordering on genocidal
reactions there. And you also had, things like the expulsion of the Jews and the Moriscos in Spain. Again, these are things that, in the long-term view we see as horrible, but at the time really were not great harms to the prestige of the nations. Anyway, that's just getting into some philosophical stuff on there. The trade nodes. So these are little circles on the board. Some of them are kind of large. Some of them are much smaller. The inland ones tend to be smaller, although not all of them. That one looks pretty big. For a trade node to be eligible for selection, you have to have a connection that goes back to your capital, and this is either by land and or a combination of sea, using light ships. The ships just have to be at sea. I don't believe they have to be protecting the trade routes. I think that only affects actual adjacency to the trade route. I guess these are supposed to be put on their side when they're in those spaces. I don't know how much of a difference that makes. Makes it clearer. There's a number of slots there, and they'll affect the trade action. The merchants, again, they're placed on specific trade locations, and they provide one strength point of trade. A merchant is available when it's in an upright position on the board. When a merchant is activated as part of a trade action, it must be laid on its side, and it can't be activated again in that round. A trade node can have any number of merchants, but only one per player. And only 3 players can collect trade income from the same trade node during a single trade action. Okay. In order to collect trade income from a trade node, you must have a merchant there and a valid connection to it. To determine your trade power in the node, you count 1 point for your merchant, 1 point for key provinces you own that match the trade card, and 1 point for each light ship you have in a trade protection adjacent to the spot. Now, this is important. No one can collect if they don't have a merchant in the space. I misplayed that. Some provinces are highlighted with a plus sign on the card. That province will give 2 instead of 1 trade value. And the key provinces only count for the primary trade nodes, never for the secondary trade nodes. Trying to see, we have one here where we have a number of these. That'll apply to Novgorod, but if you're in the Baltic Sea, you don't get the key provinces, I guess. And you'll look on the chart, which will look like this, and you count up your total trade power, and each player can get, each row can be controlled by 1 player only. So whoever has, if you're at 6 or more, that's fine. But let's say you've got 5 and someone else has 4 points. You get the 5 point on the 3 to 5. The other player can't get that, so they drop down to the 1 to 2, maybe bumping someone who has a lower amount available there. Now, the expanded nodes indicate that you use a column further to the right, and these can be created through commercial growth action card missions and events. There's only 1 player per income roll, yeah. Pirates will reduce the value of trade if they're in that trade zone. Secondary trade nodes. Some cards have a secondary node. If the active player has a trade power, excluding key provinces, not exceeded by any other. If the active player has a trade power, excluding key provinces, not exceeded by any other power in an eligible secondary node, they may select that node and collect trade income from the lowest income row on the trade card. No other player gets any income from the secondary node. Interesting.
but it says has a trade power. I don't know where the merchant has to be in that case, right? I think they still have to be in that secondary space. Selecting a secondary node also triggers the trade income from any associated primary node for all players other than the active player that are able to collect income there. If there's a pirate in the secondary trade node, it may not be selected. Okay. Yeah. So, the secondary trade node's a shitty option, basically. It's a, hey, I can't get the primary or can't get very much there or something, but I'm in the secondary and no one else exceeds me, so I get the worst value off the card from that. But other people, you're not denying other people the primary node, and they'll be able to get their points from that if they're there. Distant trade, whenever the first claim or I don't know what the fuck that is. It's a boop. The NPR token. No wonder I don't remember it. Is placed on an area of a distant continent. Shuffle all the unused trade cards marked with that continent's number into the deck. And then those will now be in play. Oh, do we have enough energy for NPR? Sure. Non-player realms are various independent states, nations, tribes, and principalities. Each has its own flag, and each provinces belonging, bearing that flag belong to the NPR. NPR provinces that have been annexed by a player may sometimes be liberated via rebels or peace resolution, and then they once again belong to the NPR, indicated by their flag. If their natural capital is still owned by another realm, you alphabetically determine a new capital for the NPR, selecting among their large provinces first. They have any. Rules for interacting with NPRs are found in diplomatic relations. Some NPRs will have vassals. Vassal provinces will display a small version of their overlord's flag next to their own flag. And here's an example. This is going to be painful, but yeah, so you'll see that in Naples. It's going to be painful to remember. Basically, yeah. An NPR's vassals will always assist their overlord on wars as if they were the NPR's own provinces. This also applies to NPR invasions. Vassal provinces may also be seated in peace resolution. Subjugation of NPRs with vassals requires a marriage with the NPR. If vassal realm's overlord currently does not exist, or if the overlord was a PR whose vassal somehow has been removed from the vassal's province, the former vassal realm is then considered an independent NPR. Dynamic NPRs. We have some here to begin with, and events can also cause them. All provinces owned by the same DNPR are marked with their tokens of matching color. There's a capital with a C on it, which is used, I don't know. I don't know how big a deal that is. It helps highlight what it is. These guys on the back side have a different DNPR on them. The actual tokens, I find them a little confusing. So, you know, you have two different pink tokens that have almost the same shield, but reversed, and then we flip them over, and you have two different blue tokens that are very, very similar. And this is the case also with the orange and greens. You see the same kind of relationship there. I wish they had used a little bit more difference between the different counters. But anyway. When a DNPR's province is annexed or vassalized by a PR, you keep the DNPR marker underneath the player's marker in case it gets liberated, to remember that it's sort of core there, I guess. This can never be placed in a PC's core, a BOOP or whatever it is, a DNPR marker. I mean, they expand when an event with a matching symbol is resolved. So some of the event cards are going to have symbols for the DNPR. And again, I'm assuming that's going to be kind of hard to see. NPR is defending an area. When a PR is at war with an NPR, the NPR defends as follows. Each time the player moves any of their military units into an area containing provinces owned by the enemy NPR, or when they have units in such area when war is declared, a land battle takes place. The NPR will defend their area with a number of infantry units equal to their military capacity for the area, how many troops they could build if they were a real force. These units will appear in the area under attack. If there are units hostile to your NPR enemy already located in the area that you're moving into, no battle is triggered. That's the double asterisk. If an NPR is the active ally of a PR, they defend with only half their MC, as the rest of the troops have been committed. NPRs defending sea zones. Each time you move ships into a sea adjacent to an enemy NPR, they will engage you in a naval battle with a number of light ships equal to their naval capacity for that sea zone. A naval battle will also be triggered if you have ships in such a sea zone when you declare war. Same kind of double asterisk rule. NPRs always defend at their normal strength even if there aren't enough units or ships to represent them. Just keep track of their losses. They'll only be there for the battle. If 2 or more battles are triggered against the same NPR on a single turn, they use as much of their MC or NC as possible to defend their capital and any sea zone next to the capital. After that, they'll prioritize defending against the largest enemy force, and in case of a tie, they prioritize against the first battle resolved. This is important because remember, you count adjacent provinces or adjacent areas when you're adding up your MC. And NC, it's everything next to that sea zone. Fighting several NPRs in one area. If an area contains provinces belonging to 2 or more NPR enemies, all defending units from the combined MC of these NPRs will face you in a single battle. Same with navies. In some scenarios, they'll get a bonus manpower token to compensate or boost the strength of certain NPRs for various reasons. These tokens are placed on provinces listed in the scenario. Provinces with those tokens provide 1 additional MC for their owners. Those bonus tokens also count as an extra tax value for the province when resolving peace, calculating an NPR ally's contribution in a war, and for subjugation. Sieges are not affected by them, and they're removed if the province is annexed or vassalized by a PR, or presumably by another NPR. NPRs on distant continents, when calculating their MC or NC, for defense purpose, double its tax value. Each small province will contribute 2 units, while each large province contributes 4, except if it has a broken heart on it. Now, this is an interesting thing, and we'll talk about this in a moment. There are, however, some ports that are considered inactive as long as the province does not hold a boop, 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 burp, burp, or inactive ports, have a light gray symbol, and do not provide any NC for their NPR holders. So, the reasoning behind this is you have, a tax value for Brunei, but it has a huge population, right? And this is the case with most of these distant realm territories. I don't know if it's reasonable, and this might happen, especially with changes that I might fiddle with, is let's say Portugal ends up somehow or another as a dynamic NPR over on this other board. They should. If they don't, I'm gonna cry a little. Well, I'm a little iffy on the idea that they get a native population bonus. So, Brunei is expecting that the people in Brunei are this major bonus. So, if I have a colony over in Brazil or whatever, I'm a little disturbed if that colony ends up generating double the strength that it would normally generate. And I don't know how I feel about that, but this implies that that would be the case if an NPR is over there. Can that happen? I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to cry if Portugal can't colonize because they're not a player. And on the other side of it, if I'm fiddling around with the idea of people swapping realms out between eras, this is definitely a possibility that such a nation might exist. Okay. We're beginning to run out of gas here again. That's what happens when I have no sleep. NPRs in battle, they act as infantry in land battles and light ships in naval. If there are only NPR defenders and they have a total of 3 or more units, draw a card from the top of the military deck. If this has an advisor, that NPR force has no leader, but if it has a leader on it, add his battle dice as you would for any general or admiral. Discard, presumably if it's the right kind of leader. I don't know, though. Discard the card at the end of the battle. The battle dice are rolled as normal for both sides. The player, NPRs always retreat if they have fewer units than their enemy after any round of battle, unless the area they're defending is their capital, or the last area where they still control any provinces. If the NPR retreats, simply remove all of their units from the board. If the battle takes place in their capital area or the last area in which they still control provinces, or if they fight alongside rebel units, they will always fight to the last unit and never give up. What if the rebels are destroyed in between? NPR ships will fight to the last ship of the sea zone is next to their capital. This is an optional rule. I haven't hit very many of these. This says number 4. I think I've hit 1. Lend a helping hand. All players may back the NPR in battles by playing battle actions. I don't know how happy I am about that. We've seen things like that in some other games that I've dealt with recently, notably this Time of Wars, which is the Here I Stand kind of clone for a different era. I'm not sure it's so bad in this because you really kind of have to pay for your cards and they're kind of painful. But they might have a cost to them, which may cause an issue. Aftermath of battles. Once a player has won a battle against 1 or more NPRs, they may siege any hostile provinces inside that area as normal. Aha! I understand the double asterisk rule now. I'll get to it in a moment. As normal on their next turn, if the PR's forces leave the area without sieging or leaving any units behind, the NPR will defend in the same manner. Whenever an NPR wins a defensive battle, the NPR units are removed from the board afterwards. They will defend in the same way as if a PR sends a new force to attack. If you move your force, if your forces move into a non-player realm, and you fight it, and you win, you have defeated it. If more forces by another enemy show up there, it's still defeated. So that's what the purpose of that rule is all about. It's to say that NPR has already been defeated. Remember, their pieces don't stay on the board. They're just placed when you're invaded or when forces are created there. Aha. NPR invasions. If an NPR is at war with any player realms during Phase 3, Step B, Peace and Rebels, the player may face an invasion from that NPR. Resolve the NPRs in alphabetical order. If all 3 of these criteria are satisfied, an invasion will take place. The NPR cannot be an active ally of any PR. If it is, most of its army is already deployed. None of the areas where the NPR currently controls provinces contain units hostile to that NPR. If they did, its army's already been defeated. There is at least one eligible invasion target area adjacent to the NPR. The target area contains a BWEP or BOOP belonging to a PR hostile to the NPR. Any of the NPR's provinces that are occupied by the enemy qualify. Areas are ineligible if they're adjacent by sea only, and all connecting sea zones contain at least one hostile ship, which has already defeated the NPR Navy because it's present. Areas are ineligible if they contain units belonging to a PR which is not at war with the NPR. Not sure of the reasoning behind that. Basically, there's military forces that are not involved in this current war. But I will just keep that on the slow burner like the double asterisks were. Each invasion follows the sequence below. If there's 2 or more eligible areas, pick in order of priority the NPR's own capital area, the area with the most of the NPR's core provinces, an area adjacent by land to the NPR, or a randomly selected adjacent area. In the selected area, add pitchforks to 2 BWEPs and BOOPs belonging to the players at war with the NPR. Picking provinces alphabetically. I don't like that. I wish it were randomly, and I could make that little mod. Just like I could play the game counterclockwise, and I don't think it would cause an issue. My feeling is that the seating order was chosen more having to do with where the countries are placed, and that the sequence, that not a lot of thought was put into, well, it's absolutely important that Turkey always go before France. But you would get a very different experience, okay? There are advantages and disadvantages to going before someone. And like in an 18xx game, well, not all 18xx, but most, the seating order, the fact that someone always has, always goes before you. So Poland will always go before Turkey unless Turkey is the first player. That can have a major impact on, I guess military operations. But having played it a little bit, I don't think it's much. I really don't. Okay. We're going back here. Yeah, I'm too tired. So you add a couple of pitchforks, rebellion, unrest. Place NPR units there equal to half the tax value of the provinces currently controlled by the NPR. So that's their entire, that's half of their entire income. Like, that's the stuff that they would use as an active ally in your army. Count them as Count their vassals as part of the NPR's realm for this purpose. Resolve a battle if there are any military units in the invaded area, following the normal rules for the NPR. And then from this point onward, those NPR units are counted as though they're rebels, which is something we'll get to, but not right now. I keep laying down and not sleeping, and I'm not getting any fucking rest for it. And I know that I need to get some sleep if I'm going to go dancing. But at this point, if I fall asleep, it's like noon now, and I have to get up by 4 or so. And if I get 4 more hours of sleep, that'd be great. But if I don't set an alarm or something, I'm probably going to sleep through and end up missing dancing anyway. Not that anybody cares about this stuff. Well, here it is Sunday, and it looks rather pretty out. We don't get a lot of snow here, and other than the one year was bad, but normally it's just pretty to see. Oh, and I don't have anything terribly pressing. I don't need to go shopping anytime soon. It is Sunday, like I said. Oddly enough, it's like
early morning, not real early, but early enough, or early in terms of light time, like 9 a.m. or something like that. I kind of woke up a little before dawn, and but I've been, my sleeping schedule has been particularly erratic. Like I sleep for a couple hours or an hour, and then get up or whatever, which is odd. But everything is always odd here. So where are we? We're on Rebels, I guess. It's the stupid glare off these damn, maybe if I, this, it glares no matter what. Okay. Realms are in the area when they had many rebel markers. When a province gains unrest, you flip the marker over so that it shows an unrest side. You'll roll these dice, and then they have different results. And those results, are... So, for example, the rebellion result is if you have any military units in the area you rolled for, you get a rebel army for each rebellion result, and that'll cause a battle to happen. Otherwise, you must assign each rebellion result one of your bloops or beeps that have an unrest on them, and the rebels will siege that province. That's automatic. Siege in this game is just sort of a formality for, taking over the counter. If you assign it to a core province, you have to place a rebel town on top of your own town marker. And those are, oh geez, where do I have them? Those are over here. Okay, maybe they're not. I thought they were. Oh, they're these. I think that's what you use. Now I got tobacco all over because this pipe blows very easily. Okay. And you cover your own mat with a cube so you don't collect income for it. This, you lose a power for, your choice of pool. Exhaust a soldier, you move one of your regulars from available or you take one of your deployed units and you put it into the exhausted pool. Pay money. Here you get the bonus of being able to remove one of the unrests from the area that you're rolling in. Now you roll these dice, one die per province in unrest, and you roll each area separately. I've already explained that. If you can't pay one of the events that requires you to pay, you'll have to pay two denarii, or ducats, for each result. And if you don't have that money, you must take a loan. And if you have 5 or more loans, you go bankrupt. Rebel units fight just like... Jesus, this thing is just throwing tobacco all over the place if I try to talk with it in my mouth. They fight just like NPRs in battle, but they will fight to the last man. They will not retreat under any conditions. They lay siege, in phase 3, step C, they will lay siege to any provinces that have an unrest that they're able to. Each unit is like an infantry strength 1. If they have required siege strength, they'll siege as many as they can. They'll prefer large provinces to small. If an area contains several players with provinces on unrest, the player with the lowest tax income in this area chooses which province the rebels will siege. It's really the same thing. Within the limits of the criteria above. If there's a tie, you pick the province alphabetically. When they siege a province, core province, same rules as before. Liberation. A province which is assigned a rebellion
or is sieged by army, i.e. the province will be rebel-controlled, will be liberated if it's occupied by an enemy of its lawful owner, in which case the occupied town is simply returned to the player map, remove the corresponding cube, and I think its lawful owner gets it back. The core province of a realm other than the PR, oh yeah, this will be a PR. Yeah, the core province of a, because if you own it and it's just occupied, you will have your town marker on it already. So removing the occupier's town marker is sufficient. If it's a core province of a realm other than the PR that owns or has vassalized it, in which case the weep or boop on this province is returned to its player's mat, and the province is now controlled by the realm whose core province it is, regardless of whether the realm still exists or now reemerges as a new NPR. If this is a core province of a player, they get their boop or bleep there. If it's a territory, the PR is replaced by a brop of the color of the active, of a color of the chosen active player. That's a dynamic NPR. So you've just created, through that rebellion, something new, kind of like the Netherlands or whatever. When you're sieging rebel towns, you simply remove the town marker and any unrest in the province. If you're at war with the owner of the province, you can get your own town on it. Optional rule, religious... You know, I want to look back and see all the optional rules, see which ones I've missed. If an area is in a religious dissent turn... No, if the area is in religious dissent, heresy type marker, turn and place all rebellion markers face pentagram up. If religious rebels occupy your capital and at least two more of your provinces, you can take the change state religion action and adopt the religion of your capital area as your new state religion. Then remove all rebel soldiers and that's these from your areas whose faith matches your new state religion. It would actually be these that would be the ones that might be removed. So I think we'll play with that, but I want to look for all of these now because I feel like I've missed, like I remember there being one that I thought I had seen. This is not. Okay, we missed one. So let's look again. Somehow, you know, I've just not seen these. Okay, I'm not seeing number one. There it is. Secret negotiations. Okay, in player-to-player diplomacy, you have to spend a piece to make negotiations. You can spend it in order to how you can spend an additional peace marker in order to keep the negotiations completely secret, according to that. That's not going to really work for me, but I'm probably not going to see a lot of player versus player deals. I never really do. I never do in the original board game. There's very few of those deals that come about. Okay, so now number 2 here was available mercenaries. When taking an activate unit action to activate an army and perform a land movement that originates in any of your own areas, you may first recruit up to 3 mercenary units at normal ducat cost. They must move with the activated army. That makes sense. However, it's a real bonus for whoever's, you know, taking a movement action. But there tended to be a lot of mercenaries around in Europe at this point, and you could very quickly, you know, hire some mercenary companies, at least in the early part of the game. Once you get into, like, once you get past the 30 Years' War, I think the ease of getting mercenaries becomes less and less common. These are really hard for me to see. No surrender. Surrendering is not allowed. All wars continue until terms can be enforced or the belligerents can agree on negotiated peace. Yes. So does that make sense? I don't know. It's an easy out where someone who's suffering, so basically what that would do is, I think, get rid of partial victory, wouldn't it? No. Yeah, so surrender is an interesting thing. Am I really upset about surrender? A player may voluntarily surrender and thereby name the victory. You immediately lose. If you surrender, your enemy is allowed to enforce the peace as if they got a partial victory. They must, however, end the war this round either by enforce. I don't know where I stand on that one. That's getting you closer to the old game. But the negotiated peace blows that away. The fact that two players can come to a peace that's not a white peace by just agreeing to a set of things. Although there were certainly cases where that happened. Lend a helping hand. All players may back. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one. We've already talked about that one, and we just hit this one. Okay, religion and faith. Anything we need to talk about here? So Catholic areas could become Counter-Reformation eventually. It is an infectious faith, and it can limit the spread of Protestantism by spreading itself. Catholic players have access to the papal mechanics using Man of the Church action cards. Catholic PRs can take control of the papal curia and gain access to certain bonuses as well as the papal actions. From age 2 on, PRs with Catholic state religion can convert to Protestantism. In age 2, a number of events will introduce Protestantism. This is an infectious faith. We haven't defined what that means yet, but Protestant realms get a discount of 1 admin on the convert area action and the cost of playing the development action card. This gives them certain advantages. Now they have kind of a more wide-ranging set of advantages in the old EU board game, having to do with colonization and whatnot. PRs with Protestant religion may convert to Catholicism. Orthodoxy, the Orthodox Christian faith, they get a discount of 1 admin when increasing stability from -1 to 0 or 0 to +1. Okay. Islam, their ability is in any land battle, they can replace their base 3 infantry dice with cavalry dice. Diverse faiths, this isn't going to give you an advantage. No one can adopt it as their state religion. Areas with diverse faiths are always in a state of religious dissent for all players, regardless of their state religions. Any NPRs in such areas keep their state religion they are listed with on the player realm. Player aid. Revolutionary ideology. This only shows up in the deluxe edition or Fate of Empires expansion. In age 4, this new faith comes in. It works like any other religion, but instead of replacing an area's existing token, you put a revolutionary token on top of any religion already there. When a revolutionary token is removed, any revealed religion will once again be active. The revolutionary ideology is considered an infectious faith, but its spread is triggered by a different symbol. Yeah, it's the events that trigger the infectious faiths. Revolutionary ideology ability. If a realm researches a government form idea other than revolutionary regime, they remove all their revolutionary ideology from their capital area and change their state religion to match the religion of their capital. Infectious faiths, Protestantism and Counter-Reform Catholicism are infectious, and will spread when the cross is revealed, and that'll be on the bottom of event cards in this area, I believe. Yes. And revolutionary works the same way, but it has a different symbol that operates there. State religion. Each playable realm has a state religion. You can change your state religion from Catholicism to Protestant or back or opposite from age 2 onwards by taking Change State Religion basic action. State religions may also change as a result of events or as a result of peace terms in which another religion is forced upon your realm. NPRs can change state religion if the religion of their capital changes. They do change. Religion of areas. Religion applies by area rather than provinces. In other words, a province belonging to the religion of its area. For some peripheral areas, religion is governed by the religion slot of a neighboring area, and there'll be an arrow to indicate this. Yeah, so you have that. An example of that here. Okay. Not too big a deal. You can convert areas to your state religion by doing the convert area action or playing man of the church card or the missionaries action on the development card. Okay, and that's an advantage with the development is that maybe it allows you colonization advantages as well and whatnot. Or merchant increases or something. Any existing religion tokens except the revolutionary tokens in an area are removed when their area is converted. The exception is when converting an area to revolutionary ideology, in which case the token is placed on top of any existing token. When a PR holds provinces in an area with a religion other than that realm's state religion, the area is considered in a state of religious dissent for that player. During Phase 3, Step G, in the rebellions, players have to add unrest to their towns, to one of their towns in each area which they face religious dissent in, and they either remove an influence or add an unrest to one of their vassals in areas with religious dissent where they have a vassal. Here we talk a lot about the construction of the event deck and the numbers and what they mean on the cards. That's really not that important unless you're looking to construct a scenario or something along that side. So I'm gonna hold off on that. At the start of each round, you draw events equal to the number of players plus 1 are drawn from the top of the stack. The first 3 will be placed face up. So that, and we've already discussed that, so that players are able to see, make some plans, and they also have 3 that they can choose from when they fire off an event. We have 2 new optional rules here. Randomizing X events. Within each age, cards that marked 1, 2, or X in a circle on the top. The cards marked 1 must always go in the first half. The cards marked 2 go in the second half. Cards marked with an X can go in either half, but suggestions as to which half you can put in. For more randomness, you can separate the cards, shuffle all the X's, and then distribute them among the 1 and 2 stacks, ensuring that each stack has the same number of cards. There's also some that have a 3 on them, which is an alternative event, which might replace either the 1 or the 2, and I fiddled around with that, rather than with the X's, which I probably should have. You could also play a game with less hidden information by revealing 4 events instead of 3. Remember, each time somebody picks an event, all the other face-up events get $2 on them. So that's going to generate more cash flow. I'm definitely not going to play with that. We have a bunch of specifics on how the events fire off. I'm going to deal with them as they work. Eventually, as we come to them, they're just things you look up and do. I don't think knowing how the mechanism itself works is going to be terribly helpful here. In most scenarios, after a player has taken an event, after each player has taken an event, there will be an unpicked event. That remaining event will not take effect, but if it has a historical ruler on it, the player associated with the event can pay 2 admin to appoint the ruler on the card. Any symbols at the bottom of the card are also automatically resolved. Okay, I probably ought to go over the general event guidelines. In a common separated list of areas, we use the word "or" in an inclusive sense. You may pick any or even several of those items. Some event effects only apply if certain conditions are met. Yeah, this is not what I was looking for. Okay. What I was looking for is the leaders. If you, sometimes an option may let you or force you to reject the historical ruler on the very same event. In these cases, both your current ruler and the event card with the new ruler on it are discarded. Yeah. So if you play your own ruler, a card with your own ruler, that ruler replaces your old ruler. If someone else plays an event with one of your rulers, you have the option to take that new ruler, but you may have to pay to do it, and that's what I don't recall. And I don't know, that's gonna be, I guess, in the action of pick event. And I may or may not have gone over this. Yeah, if the event is associated with your own realm, you must replace your current ruler with any ruler on this card. If the event is associated with another realm, that player must choose whether or not to appoint the ruler on the card. I don't think they have to pay to do it. Does it say here? If you're the last player to take an event action on the round, there's still a card at the event text. Okay, yeah, it's only on that last card that you have to pay. Yeah, I didn't think I had seen had mentioned paying, and therefore we had an issue. And then we have various different impacts that come at the bottom. Well, those cards aren't going to show it, but at the bottom of non-ruler cards, there are various different impact things: character mortality, an unrest or rebellion, native uprisings, lost at sea, cardinal dies, DNRs get to fire off their expansion, the religious ideas expand. Activate a power struggle. So this is an interesting a rule we haven't looked at yet, that we're going to play with. There are things called power struggles which kind of focus players' attention to a certain part of the game, to a certain area. Oh boy. Okay. Victory and prestige. You get prestige on the track there. What is this? Once you break 60, there's a plus 60 side on these counters. Yeah. If you fall below 0, you get a negative prestige on top of your marker. Oh, I didn't realize you could go negative. In some scenarios, the end of the game is triggered when a player passes a certain amount of prestige. We have these missions. How do these work? I've already kind of explained them. When collecting the reward for a completed mission, you follow the event guidelines rules for all effects. Selecting new missions. In the next draw cards phase, after you've completed and scored at least one mission in your hand, you may select new ones from your deck and replace them. You may also put missions in your hand back in your deck and select new eligible ones to replace it with. This is a little weird because you start the game with one of these green missions, with 2 of these green missions. But then, from then on, I think you're allowed to pick whatever you like. And honestly, in the first turn, you can exchange these out. So you're not really limited to these. I kind of don't like that. In the old EU board game, you were handed, here's a list of 6 things or 7 things that your country wants to do in any given age. Pick 4 of them. And if you don't do them, you're penalized. And if you do them, you get a bonus. And that whole mechanism, I don't think there's anything wrong with it structurally, but the way it was implemented in the game just didn't work. In the computer game, my memory of missions is you were kind of handed one, and you could ditch it. But you didn't get a choice of missions or anything like that. And that's what I kind of don't like. I feel like these should be kind of pushed on you. more than this game seems to do. But and the reason I like that is that they help you drive your plans for the game, and instead of walking into the game and saying, I want my game to follow this pattern, therefore I pick these missions. Instead, what you get is the rulers, the national will, whatever, is all driving behind certain missions, and you're kind of forced to follow them. That's kind of fun to me. But I'm somebody who is kind of anti-choice. And we will leave it there and not go into the what that actually means. Okay. There are also milestones, which are those guys up there. Not the ideas, but these guys, and I've already talked about them. The first person to get it gets a little tag on it, and they get the maximal points, etc. And I think there's, it's the ideas where you score points as other people get them. But there are always 4 available milestones in each. There are always 4 available milestones in each age. 1 card is randomly drawn from each of the 4 decks. At the end of the age, you discard all the milestones and draw new ones. Okay, so the milestones do get replaced, like by era. The ideas don't seem to, and I'm really not thrilled with what happens with them. The first player to complete a milestone, yeah, we've got this. Okay, power struggles. So I haven't looked at this yet, except to read through it. When you want, these are really in an optional advanced rule. Power struggles add increased levels of tension, interaction, and conflict between the players. And I feel like that is absolutely necessary to really drive the main events of the period. Just below the card's title, above the horizontal line, each power struggle lists a number of battleground areas where players will, and that's that little dagger thing. And maybe you're supposed to mark the battleground areas on the map, because I don't know. I don't know what those markers are for otherwise, as kind of a reminder of, yeah, you really should be paying attention to these. Where players will compete for prestige. Below the line, there's some additional criteria for gaining or losing prestige when the card is scored. The deck, yeah. So the topmost card will be revealed. That's the upcoming power struggle. When taking fabricate claims action, players only need to pay 1 diplomacy for each claim they place in any battleground areas that's listed on either the active power struggle or the upcoming power struggle. What is the normal cost? Is it 2? Yeah, it's normally 2. Power struggles are activated when the relevant event symbol is resolved. When the top card of the deck is moved to the active power struggle space on the status map, this will reveal the new upcoming power struggle, giving players a chance to see what's coming. Okay. So, unfortunately for me, I put the power struggle there. There's only 1 space, and I thought only 1 would be revealed, but now it's 1 and then the other. And I'll flip that over at some point before we start playing to see what it will be. The decks are based on the era and the scenario and whatnot. And then when you score it, it's scored in the income and upkeep phase. When a power struggle is scored, all players who satisfy the conditions get the prestige. So for each battleground area, players will get 1 prestige per tax value of provinces they control there, half value for vassals. 1 for being the only PR with whoops or bleeps there. This is for daggers on the main map only. And 1 for having at least an alliance or a marriage in that area. Okay. Players satisfy the listed criteria may score additional prestige, where players who fail to do so will sometimes lose prestige. These conditions are sometimes specific to certain realms. I'm going to swap the battery out. I feel like we're gonna fucking make it through, but I don't know. Okay, I took the opportunity to swap pipes out. The HRE. This is an institution that wields great power. Austria starts as the empire. Imperial authority is a marker that ranges from 0 to 6 according to level. Reducing it when it's already at 0, increasing it when it's 6 has no effect. It's capped at 1 plus the current number of elector areas. I don't know how many elector areas there are right now. Increased manpower and income. There should be 7, which, well, there should be 7 electors, I think, at this point. 6? Now I gotta think. Bohemia, Palatinate. Saxony is 1. Yeah, but see, they might have they probably have them mixed into different regions, but it's by areas, which I would guess, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know. All right, we'll see when we get to the rules. Increased manpower and income. The HRE's imperial value is added directly to their manpower value. If imperial authority changes, the imperial manpower reserve must be adjusted according to during phase 4. It is also added directly to the emperor's tax income. This additional tax value is not considered to be a part of the base tax income and is not included when calculating manpower. You wouldn't normally count tax when calculating manpower, I think. Okay. For each round, during the income and upkeep phase, the emperor's administrative income? I don't know what that is. Like, that's royal power, monarch power. That's their cubes across the board. And potentially prestige is affected by the current level, and that'll be in this. So we have to add, I think, one thing we have here then is that there will be 3 additional soldiers for Austria that I did not count them as having. This is different. They're going to be able to, I think, pull on imperial troops as well. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm going to be getting an additional cube. But that's income. That doesn't come at the beginning of the game, but the manpower will. Gaining or losing authority, they can increase their authority by 1 step as an action by spending equal to 1 plus their current authority level, by defeating external attackers, and by reincorporating the HRE. Okay, so yeah. You can spend admin, winning a war, reincorporating an area, and when you're elected, if you're less than a +3, you get an immediate bonus in your favor. On the other hand, if you don't follow a CTA from an imperial subject, if an area leaves the HRE, if you lose a war against a non-HRE aggressor, if the emperor declares war on an HRE member without a casus belli, if the emperor forces a full annexation on a member of the same state religion, or the number of elector areas falls below the current power -1, you lose 1 for each step of that. That sounds like that's just trying to put the cap in place. Right? The number of elector areas, yeah, that looks like that's just forcing to do that. Imperial influence. So there's these gray cubes here. Those are the imperial cubes. The emperor has access to a number of those equal to their... They place influence during setup or setup instructions and update the imperial... For most purposes, the imperial influence works just the same way as regular influence, but there are some exceptions. It's always placed or redistributed on phase 5, step B. There it is. Must be placed in HRE that contains at least one province owned by an NPR HRE member. If an HRE area with imperial influence leaves the HRE, the imperial influence is immediately removed and returned to the supply, but it may be available to be played later. Imperial influence may not be removed for the purpose of the subjugate action. All provinces and areas inside the dotted HRE border are considered part of the HRE unless a not HRE token has been placed in the area in question. I don't know where the hell those are. Where is the dotting? So these are mountains. It's this red line here. So this is weird, like Silesia splits this Wielkopolska in half. Otherwise it seems to run... Whoa, down into Italy here, neat. I mean, it makes sense it was officially part of the empire, as is Switzerland and such not. The Netherlands is to begin with. Yeah, the electors are going to be very different at this point then. I'm actually surprised. Yeah, part of Burgundy's in there, sure. Okay. For the HRE to retain its integrity and unity, the emperor must make sure that HRE provinces are owned by member states and not by external realms. HRE members, all realms whose capital is inside the dotted HRE border are considered to be HRE members unless there's a not HRE token in their capital area. Member states that are not the emperor are considered imperial subjects of the emperor player. NPRs and vassal realms can be HR members. I want to see... Where's this not HR? There's a few counters. I've got these. Those don't appear to be it. But I don't know what else there is. So I'm kind of at a loss. The only thing I don't know what it stands for is this. And we've made a guess on these. It's possible that those could be it. And then we've got these things, which have to do with bots. Okay. I'm guessing. So how do we find out what this counter, which is not marked there, might look like? Well, we'll look here. Oh, bot power. Nasty looking. Yeah, these are battleground areas. It's Imperial authority. I mean, the only thing I can think of are the things that look like they're pro-empire. Okay, those should have a line through them. Am I just not seeing a line in my light? I mean, maybe? I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of with these. Is that those are the markers that are meant to be used for it. Wait, we got this. See, I honestly think I think there's a misprint on these guys, and they should have a line going through them. Oh, they kind of do. I can see a faint line going through it. Yeah, All right. Yeah, that's not too good. Okay. PRs as imperial subjects. In some cases, players may be playing as HRE member states who don't hold the imperial emperor title. And there's suggestions of likely ones there are Netherlands and Brandenburg. PRHRE members may only leave the HRE if they have a mission or event that allows them to do so. They may not research government ideas if imperial authority is 3 or higher. As an imperial subject, every time the emperor activates defending the HRE, you must do one of the following. Exhaust 2 of your manpower, maximum half your total. Lose $6, maximum half your total tax income. Lose a prestige for failing to come to the aid of the empire. Or place a casus belli token on the aggressor's capital. Well, what does that last piece mean? You'll get a 2 prestige penalty if you don't declare war. So yeah, so that's basically commit to declaring war. Unlawful province occupants. Oh, my battery I need to deal with. We're not going to make it through. I'm almost out of tea. If an HRE province is occupied, owned, or vassalized by an external realm, one whose capital is outside the HRE, that realm is considered an unlawful occupant. The emperor has a permanent imperial liberation casus belli against all such unlawful occupants. If an area in its entirety leaves the HRE, as described below, these provinces are no longer considered part of the HRE, and the emperor loses the liberation casus belli for all provinces in that area. Unlawful occupants in the 1444 setup are Burgundy, Venice, and Denmark. And why Denmark? What does Denmark own? They have a vassalage on Schleswig-Holstein. Okay. And that's enough, I guess. Burgundy, obviously, the Burgundians have Franche-Comté. They have territories up in Flanders. And what was the other one? Venice. Venice is outside the border. What do they hold inside the border? Looks like Brescia. Okay. I like that the game is dealing with the HRE in more detail, honestly, than the old board game did. It's defining a border for it and whatnot, and allowing it to change shape. Elector areas are indicated on the board by the Imperial Eagle. These areas are of extra importance to the Empire. Anyone with ambitions of becoming the next emperor. To count as an elector area, the area must contain a capital of at least 1 HRE member. If all such capitals are owned by realms whose capitals are in different areas, the area is not an elector area. All right, let's see if we can find one of these. So here's an Imperial Eagle, and Lorraine and Mainz are both capitals within it, so that will be an elector. I'm hoping it tells me how many electors there are at the beginning of the game so I can keep track of it. But it doesn't look like they do, and that's going to be painful, because remember, that's a limit on what my power can be. So I'm looking for these faint grays. I've got 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're making Brandenburg one. It's a bit early for that, isn't it? I guess they have to fix them as specifics, but that's a little disturbing to me. Except Brandenburg, where's Brandenburg's capital? Oh, Berlin is yeah, underlined. It didn't look like it was to me. Okay, so let me count again. There's none in Italy that I see. Yeah, this is a painful task. So I was at 1, no Bavarian one. 2, 3, 4. None in the Netherlands, of course. 5. I'm only coming to 5. There shouldn't be an Austrian one. I'm only coming to 5, which means if there's only 5 on the board, I must be missing one because, what is it? Oh, 1 plus the current number of elector areas. Yeah, so if there's only 5 on the board, that I'm at the height of power. Now, I think there were actually 6 electors at this point. I'm not positive. And like I said, Brandenburg would not be one at this point. I don't really remember what were. Well, 3 of them. No, so 3 of them are the ecclesiasticals. So that's the first problem is splitting those out. So yeah. One of the reasons that I'm interested in all of this side of things is that I'll get to this in a different video somewhere, but I've had sort of this long time vague plan of a game based on the HRE and based on the long-term internal politics of it, and I've pretty much decided it's impossible to do, but at least to do it justice. But yeah, okay. Where are we? Yeah, defending the HRE. When a non-HRE realm declares war on an imperial subject, if power is 1 or higher, the PR Emperor automatically receives a defensive call to arms, unless the subject's already at war, or unless the subject is at war with the Emperor. The PR Emperor may accept this, as if a call from an ally, but also tagging the defending the HRE slot on the status map with a tag chit. The tag chits are those tiny little squares. That's over here. Okay. Not really familiar with that little section of the materials in the game. As long as the Emperor is still at war, this ability will be active. What ability? If a PR Emperor refuses the CTA, instead of the normal effects of refusing a CTA, they lose a point of Imperial prestige, or Imperial power. If the PR Emperor's own capital is located inside the HRE, they may also activate the defending the HRE ability when a non-HRE realm declares war on them directly. Upon defending the HRE, a number of NPR units equal to the Emperor's total influence cubes in elector areas, including the Imperial gray ones, is added to the Imperial pool on the status mat up to a maximum of 8 units. The Emperor may use Imperial troops in every battle where they participate in HRE areas. It's added to the Imperial pool. Is there a special pool for the Empire of troops? Power struggle is there. Yeah, Imperial troops are going to show up here, and they're going to be kind of like so when an NPR gets attacked or whatever, remember there's like troops that are sort of notional. Well, the Imperials have the same thing there, I guess. Up to a maximum of 8 units, the Emperor can use these in every battle where they participate in HRE areas, or any areas of the realm that are adjacent by land to an HRE area. They may at the start of such battles add all of this as infantry units that will fight alongside their army, except in battles where the enemy facing the Emperor only consists of NPR HRE members. You can't use them against the HRE itself. These Imperial units work like Allied units in the battle, but they're kept separate from any other Allied units. Once the battle is over, any surviving Imperial units are returned to the pool. These will be available in later battles when the Emperor is at peace again. Every Imperial empty the Imperial pool and return any remaining NPR units to the general supply. I don't know if I can make it through this section. Military access to the HRE. When defending the HRE is tagged, the Emperor and anyone at war against the Emperor has free military access through all areas within the HRE. Peace resolution. When the defending HRE slot is tagged, the PRs at war with the Emperor may not enforce peace on any Imperial subjects unless they have achieved a victory over the Emperor in the war. Instead, peace must be negotiated with the Emperor, who may agree to peace terms on behalf of their Imperial subjects, as they would for any active allies. If a war against an external aggressor is won by the Emperor, they gain 1 Imperial power. If no HRE provinces are ceded to external realms. If war against an external aggressor is lost, they lose 1 power. If whole areas thus leave the HRE, they will lose additional power from this. If the Emperor does not have a casus belli when declaring war against one of their Imperial subjects, they'll lose an Imperial power and must remove 3 cubes, in addition to their regular penalties for having no CB. And I don't think those are pale gray cubes, which you'd get to regenerate later. If an Imperial subject declares war on another HRE member without a casus belli, the Emperor must place a casus belli token on the capital of the aggressor, i.e., they are now being called upon to defend that aggressor. If the Emperor enforces full annexation on an HRE member of the same state religion as themselves, they lose 1. We already saw that. Okay, now here's where things get exciting. Leaving and rejoining the HRE. If all provinces in an HRE area are owned means that you've gotten them, via peace or whatever, by external realms, not the Emperor, and with their capital located outside the HRE, that area will leave the HRE. Place a not HRE token in that area, which looks kind of more like, hey, this is an Imperial area. But if an area loses the HRE, the Emperor loses 1 power. Loss of power in areas that leave as a direct consequence of the event is accounted for in the event effects. Okay, it'll be on the card or whatever. Whenever all provinces in an area that left the HRE are owned or vassalized by the HRE members or the Emperor, the area is reincorporated into the HRE. You remove the not marker. To reincorporate the areas that are partially within the HRE border, only the provinces within the border need to be owned or vassalized by HRE members or the Emperor. When an area is reincorporated into the HRE, the Emperor gains 1. HRE religion. This is an advanced rules. Oh, hey! So now I found some additional advanced rules. I thought there was only 1. At the start of the game, the official religion of the HRE is Catholicism. Yeah, no doubt. The HRE may only be Catholic or Protestant and have no official religion. The HRE's religion cannot change until age 3, from which point onwards it's checked at the end of each round. If all elector areas are Protestant, but the HRE's religion is not, the HRE turns Protestant. Put a token. and the power drops by 1. If all the elector areas are Catholic, the HRE's religion stays or becomes Catholic. If there are elector areas of multiple religions, the HRE ceases to have an official religion but diverse faiths in. The emperor is only allowed to change state religion if the HRE has changed its official religion to another religion than that which is currently the emperor's state religion. If the emperor adopts revolutionary ideology as their state religion, the HRE is permanently dissolved and ceases to exist. I would imagine. So change state religion rule, what's up with this? So I think the emperor could go Protestant as long as the empire is not Catholic, right? Like if the empire is Catholic and the emperor is Catholic, they can't go Protestant. But if it's diverse, Austria, for example, could become Protestant. The NPR emperor, if the HRE region is in play, but the emperor is controlled by an NPR, the emperor starts with 3 power, and the power is adjusted as normal when areas leave or join. Roll a 6-sided die at the end of the round to see if they get an increase or a decrease. The number of units that defend the HRE is always as follows. Military capacity of any NPRs, plus 3 times the current power, minus 2 times the number of HRE areas containing non-HRE units prior to this turn. Okay. So occupying territories affects their strength in this case. If an NPR emperor cannot be vassalized either by force or diplomatically, if an NPR emperor is fully annexed during peace resolution, the HRE dissolves and ceases to exist for the rest of the game. All right, I need a little bit of a break, and then we'll do the last piece of this, and then I'm going to leave the papal section off because I just can't handle, even though we're very close to the end. Advanced role, and of course we're going to play with this. If the emperor has 4 or less imperial power when their current ruler is replaced or discarded, an imperial election must be held. The player that receives the votes from the most elector areas becomes the new emperor. And it is player realm. The PR that has the most cubes, including imperial cubes, in an elector area receives the vote from that area. Ties for the most cubes in that area or for the highest number of elector votes are decided by the current emperor. So if there are no cubes, the emperor wins everything. An elector area with no NPR provinces where all vassals belong to a single PR will automatically vote for that PR if eligible. A PR that has its capital in an elector area gets the vote from that area if eligible. Otherwise, the elector area does not vote. Now, the PR that receives the most from elector areas, the PR that has the most cubes receives the vote. The ties, or for the highest number of elector votes, are decided by the current emperor. Okay, so I have 0 cubes anywhere, let's say, and nobody else has any, and I win all the electors. But an elector area with no NPR provinces, where all vassals belong to a single PR, will automatically vote for that PR. Yeah, okay. So if a player has vassalized the elector area, they will control all the provinces within an elector area. They'll control it. A PR that has its capital in an elector area gets the vote from that area if eligible. Yeah. Okay. All right. So like if Brandenburg has a vote for some reason, and at this point, so they would get it. Yeah. To be eligible for re-election as emperor, a realm must follow the official religion of the HRE, if there is one. PRs that are not HRE members or those with interregnums can still be eligible. If no PR is available to become emperor, the emperor title remains with the current emperor, but the influence drops by 2. Or power drops by 2. If power is below 3 following the election, it increases by 1. It's like a tennis match or ping pong. If a new PR is elected emperor while the departed emperor was defending the HRE, the new emperor may place a casus belli on any non-HRE realm at war with the NPR. The Imperial army stays at its current level and will be available for the new emperor under the normal conditions. No election is held if the emperor is controlled by an NPR. So here's what I don't like about this. There's couple of things. One is there's no way for Brandenburg, for example, or for the Palatinate to kind of make a challenge for the empire according to how this is set up. And second, if, say through an event, the Palatinate ends up becoming the HRE, becoming the emperor, there's no more elections ever again. I don't like either of those answers. I don't know how big a deal it is. This is one of the points that I kind of, overall, the fact that it's handling the HRE in more detail and the papal curia. Again, these are things that are handled in more detail in the computer game. It really does bother me, though, that even though it's handling it in more detail, it's like creating some things that I just don't believe in. You know, the elections would still happen. That's part of the Constitution. And it would be possible for Austria to regain the empire. Now, in the reality, the Habsburgs controlled the HRE during this period, the period of the game entirely. I had to look that up because I knew from 1492 they did, but it gets a little closer when you're looking at 1444. You know, they're very close. They had a brief period where they didn't have. Well, okay. Exception. There was one non-Habsburg, but he was controlled by the Habsburgs. It's Maria Theresa's husband. Anyway, I need to make tea. The last part of the video should be pretty short. It's just the papal curia and then maybe a peek at, you know, the optional stuff, the two-player rules and whatnot. The last regular section. Only players whose state religion is Catholic can have cardinals. And they compete for control of the papal curia, which is those cubes over there. I don't feel like walking all the way around. I'm going to have to do a lot of walking throughout this game, just because the players, you know, the board's not that big, but each player having, you know, this Euro-style mat of information and everything, while that's very, very nice in a lot of ways, kind of forces you, unlike, say, the spreadsheet handling of the old version of the game. It does force you to be at a certain location in the table to manipulate all those tables, whereas with the spreadsheet, works pretty nicely solitaire. And I don't mind spreadsheets and whatnot. I find them kind of pleasing, actually, but anyway. So these are cubes that you put in the papal curia. If you have more cardinals with a minimum of 2 than each of the other players, this makes you the uncontested papal controller and gives you access to the papal actions and all the bonuses. If 2 or more players are tied with having the most, the tied player with the leftmost cardinal is the papal controller, receiving all the benefits and the prestige bonus. And in this case, that's going to be Spain. They have the leftmost. Just trying to make sure I understand what's going on there. Of course, the very leftmost is the Rome cardinal, which is special. The number of regular cardinal slots available on the curia track at any time is 1 more than the number of Catholic players currently in the game. Okay, so there's room for there to be, Yeah, 6 of them, I guess. And we have 5 Catholic players. Now, if you had taken the Poles out and replaced them with the Russians, there would be 1 less slot. The Rome slot comes in addition to these. Block off any slots not in play. They're all in play right now. The starting setup for the Curia is described in each scenario. When you gain one, it's placed in the first cardinal slot to the right of the dotted line on the papal Curia track. So that would be this space. That is the leftmost space. All the others on the track are slid 1 space to the right. If there's one in the rightmost available slot when a new token is added, this is returned to its owner. So you get bumped off the edge of the track. Controlling the Rome cardinal, to gain, retain, or control of the leftmost slot labeled Rome, you need to have either an alliance with the Papal States or control of the province of Rome. While controlling, occupying, or owning Rome, you automatically gain that special Rome cardinal, and you put a cube there. This supersedes, must place one. This supersedes any alliance with the Papal States. However, this is also the only cardinal you're allowed to have, and you must immediately discard all your others from the Curia. You are not allowed to gain any further by playing Man of the Church while you occupy or own Rome, or any other event. Wow. So you cannot control, you can't have uncontested control if you have the Roman cardinal. This feels weird. I'm not sure everything that it's trying to engineer in this way. The player with the most cardinals is the papal controller. In case of a tie, the leftmost cardinal breaks the tie. The papal controller has access to the actions and receives 1 extra diplomacy each round during income. They pay 1 admin fewer for all actions that increase stability and 1 ducat less per advisor that they buy. No, that they pay income, not when they buy it, but when they have to pay maintenance on them, and that makes sense. You have more access to the church hierarchy, and therefore, more learned people, at least for a significant part of the game. Maybe as you get towards the very end, this stops making quite as much sense. But I'm not sure. Each round in ages 1 and 2, the papal controller can do 1 papal action, either a crusade or excommunication, and once you do one of those, you can't do any more for the remainder of the round. Costs you 2 peace to do, 2 diplomacy to do either. 1 is excommunication. You put the token on the targeted Catholic realm's capital. A PR whose ruler is excommunicated loses 1 prestige and 1 cardinal from the papal Curia track, and they must discard 4 cubes from Catholic areas. The Roma cardinal cannot be removed. While the excommunicated token is in play, all Catholic realms have an excommunication casus belli on that realm. The excommunication token remains in play until the income phase, basically. You could also call a crusade. Select a target area that has at least 2 provinces owned by Muslim realms and place the crusade token there. You may immediately take a free declare war action targeting any Muslim realms with provinces in the target area to gain 1 prestige and 2 mercenary infantry for free. Follow gain military unit rules. If you do so, tag the committed to crusade slot on the status mat with a tag chit. It's not this. Status mat is going to be over here. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so there's going to be a place where, yeah, you collect up the players who are going on the crusade. And I feel kind of ill in a number of ways. And I don't want to go into. The crusade token provides a holy war casus belli for all Catholic realms against Muslim realms that own a province in that area. If you use this casus belli on a valid target while taking a declare war action, now I thought you have a casus belli against, I don't know, that can't be. Let's go look at casus belli. No, okay. I was thinking you had one against people with the wrong religion, but no. Only under the crusade. Where are we? Tag the committed to crusade slot on the status map. Multiple players can be committed to crusade at the same time. Now, when you get to the income and upkeep phase, if the crusade token is on the board, the token is removed once crusade scoring is done. Catholic realms that are committed to crusade each get 2 prestige if they have any units in the crusade's target area, and there are no provinces owned by the Muslim realms left there. Otherwise, they each lose 2. Ouchie. If no realm is committed to crusade at this point, the papal controller loses 2. So you damn well want to make sure that you at least are willing to commit yourself to the crusade, and it could still be a drain. You've got to succeed in the crusade. This could be very painful. If you recall, historically in this period, there were no big crusades down here, but Spain did some and Portugal, I think, to a lesser extent. But Spain, I'm looking here at this, really, as to why that's there. Spain did some crusades in North Africa, or not crusades, but they did some attacks in North Africa that are hard to justify without this mechanism being used. However, I don't think in any of them did they gain enough territory to qualify to have succeeded. And that may be a good warning for players who are interested in doing this. All right, that's it for most of the rules of the game. Let's take a look at a couple of edge things. So in a 2-player game, you pick a smaller 3 or 4 player scenario and put some bots in, and you'll deal with the bot rules. They have their own deck. I don't want to go into that. I haven't even touched and looked at them, so I don't want to think about them at all. But that's an opportunity that's available for people who are interested in that kind of solo play. I'm just not. There's also, you could also play it pure solo as well, like I'm saying with the bots. There's a no bot variant where you organize the events, and this is going to be really weird because the events are going to be set up so that there are major things that should be happening that just won't. There's very few scenarios that really focus on just a couple players. You might be able to do it as an intro on the 0-1 scenario or whatever, and just throw the bots out and play like England versus France. That's probably not a bad choice. They have a lot of conflict in there. But I wouldn't aim for this. I don't think this is meant to be a 2-player game, or for that matter, a 3-player game. But if you're going to do it that way, definitely you want to pull the bots in, I think. And then I see PRL elimination. I'm like, ooh, so here's how realms get destroyed or something. Maybe this is some option. No, what this really is if a player has to leave before it ends, they give some rules for either throwing them into playing them as an NPR, essentially. You might be able to create a bot for them as another option, but they say, wow, you really have to tweak the rules to make that work. You're going to have to tailor the bots for the scenario and for the situation that they enter in and whatever, I guess, which might be kind of weird. So that's all we got. Again, I'm not going to look at the solo and bot rules. I'm not going to look at all the different scenarios. This is the one we're going to play. going to see how it goes. There's possibilities that I might be tinkering with it a little bit, because I kind of favor the idea of the game being able to extend into, well, obviously I'm going to go through all the different ages, and I don't feel like necessarily Poland especially, but I don't feel like all the nations that are on the board should be there throughout the game. I think there's a fairly easy fix to that. Someone else confirmed that idea that it would be, and it may have been one of the designers. I don't remember, you know, who's in. I know that one of the designers is interacting with me about something else that I have to try to do, because this got slotted in the deluxe edition version of the game. That's where I put it, because that's where it belongs. But unfortunately, BGG has things. You know, honestly, there should be a way to share a video between different games or whatever, or if they're going to call them different games. You know, it's really one game with different versions. But anyway, they've changed the way that they handle that. Yeah, so I may tinker around with that. You know, I can't help but think, and this was always the case with the old board game, that what I want to do is I want to add like one more player, right? So in this scenario, Russia would be a reasonable choice. I don't know how reasonable. They're in pretty iffy. Like, they are not an important player at this point in European politics. There are other countries that make more sense. Portugal, for example, maybe Venice, as the original game had. Those were, you know, the 6 players you had initially in the original EU. You would have dropped Austria and added Portugal and Venice. But a 7th player seems even more valuable, because I think Poland is an absolutely reasonable and excellent choice at this point in the game, and for quite a while. They're quite important for a long time. They're one of the major enemies for Russia. But at later points in the periods covered, you see like Sweden become very, very important. Obviously the Netherlands, Prussia, and I don't know who else. But yeah, I mean, with one extra player, I would certainly make Portugal a player in this era, but swap them out. Does Venice need to be a player? I always saw that as kind of an iffy choice anyway, so maybe Poland would have made sense. But this game gives you that opportunity with one thing missing, and it's something you could actually make for it, which is there just aren't enough player sets to be able to handle adding some of the additional important players. Now, it actually goes more than that, because there's things like the Mamluks who are given a setup for this era. They've got some others that I'm a lot iffier about. So yeah, Portugal's a good choice. The Netherlands is such a weird choice, because in 1444 they are not a bad choice. What are you talking about there? I don't know if Brabant makes sense. Actually, I would look more towards Burgundy, if anything. The Papal States, well, that's kind of a weird one, but like, I don't know if I'd want to play them. I don't know. But they certainly, you know, if you look at like Here I Stand, which goes at a much later period, they're one of the 6 powers that are in play in that. Brandenburg, probably too weak at this point. I would not choose them for this. Muscovy, again, probably too weak. I wouldn't think about adding Byzantines. Definitely too weak, but you know, from the video game, I think they're really a fan favorite of trying to make the Byzantines survive this era and research. The Mamluks might be interesting. maybe I'm just tainted by the original game, but I just feel like they're more a major hurdle for the Turks to deal with. And if you escalate them to a real player power, you're causing an issue where Turkey probably can't grow to the size they do historically, so that's probably a bad idea. Venice is interesting as a player in EU, in the original EU, but it's hard to justify their position. Basically, they're a foil again to the Turks, and I kind of feel like they were an iffy choice to the initial game there. Sweden feels like it's way too weak and in a weird situation. And Denmark, though, is actually a more interesting choice. I think for quite some time, Denmark remains kind of important, but not at the level of Portugal or Poland, which are the two that I feel are more edge case here. Now, I find it really interesting that Poland was chosen instead of Portugal, though, because Portugal has the capability and the historical situation where they advanced into those other areas, but that would cause a big problem because Portugal kind of leaves play for a while. They become part of Spain, and you want that to happen, or at least have a chance of happening. All right. And like in the original, there's a lot of fixed events in this, which are probably going to, direct history in a way that feels like real history. Things like Portugal becoming part of Spain, for example, or the dissolution of Poland, or whatever, the dismemberment. Things like that are going to be built into it to help drive the narrative. And I don't remember too much about, again, I only have EU4. I don't know how far they went as my latest, but I think they still had major historical events in there to help drive the motion. Because otherwise, if you went with a more generic design, the way something like Blood Royale, on a much, much lighter basis, tries to do, you'd end up with very few games that resemble real history at all. You really want things like the Bohemian inheritance, the Hungarian inheritance. You want those things to happen, or else you're not going to have the sort of power in Central Europe that the Habsburgs actually became. So there's a lot of stuff there that, especially starting so early, the Burgundian inheritance, all that shit, if that stuff's not kind of baked into the game. Now, the weird thing is, that sort of coalescence of events that led to Charles V, most notably, is maybe not the most likely thing to have happened, right? You kind of look at it and you're like, well, there was never any kind of inheritance of that nature. And I don't know if those should be on their sides, but it says in the rules that they should be, and they at least cover the whole shipping lane thing. Plus, it does distinguish them nicely between that and just loose ones that are sailing around, I guess. Anyway, I just can't stop talking, so I'm excited to get playing. I'm very fatigued right now. My little bits of sleep here and there aren't working, don't work well towards making me spry enough to want to start right away. So up this goes, I guess.